One scientist in 10,000 wins a Nobel Prize. One scientist in 100,000 becomes a household name. This series is about the painstaking, often unrecognized research that goes on day after day to help us all. This kind of rich, rolling greenness we take pretty much for granted in a country that has no typhoons, precious few blizzards, no real earthquakes, no volcanoes, no termites, no locusts. And if there is an infestation of green fly or codling moth or cabbage white butterflies, we can hit them with sophisticated insecticides and yet still afford to buy, albeit with the occasional grumble, the fat and beautiful vegetables that fill our greengrocers' shops. But just suppose that this field of homegrown maize was attacked by a pest that could actually eat the whole lot down to the ground in 2 days. And suppose that the farmer had no insecticides, and suppose that he had no lorries and no nearby motorway to enable him to get any, and suppose that he had no money to pay for any. Well, it's that sort of situation that this film is about. And it's about the scientist's quest to find the beginnings of a solution in a country 6,000 miles away. This is Kenya, East Africa. It's a beautiful country, but it's far from being a rich one. With very little industry, it depends for survival on agriculture, and a large proportion of its population are small farmers who cultivate a few acres each to feed their own families and, if they're lucky, have a little produce left over that they can sell. Paul Mbulamuviwa farms the steep hillside at Kaunda in the Central Highlands. So, about how long have you been farming here?
For about 4 years. But it has been used by my father for about 8 to 10 years. Yes.
So you've inherited the land from your father?
Yes, I inherited it.
Are you farming it in the same way that he did, or are you trying to change things a little?
I am trying to change it a little, to modernize the way of farming.
This year, the rains came at just the right time for his maize crop, and it looked as if he might have some left over to sell. But, like the other farmers round about, he was robbed by a pest that he couldn't afford to fight. This is the resting form, the pupa of the insect that has cost Paul Muviwa more than half his crop. But it's the caterpillar, the destructive larval stage in its life cycle, that has done the damage. You've had a lot of trouble with your maize, haven't you?
Yes, a lot of trouble due to these pests. The pests are not in my place only. They are widespread in this place. But those who have a lot of money, they proceeded, they jump over the pests because they spread the pesticides. But to those who have no money, they just do it and pray God.
In Swahili, the pest is called viwavi jeshi, the army worm. But the Africans have another name for it too. They call it the mystery worm because it seems to come from and go to nowhere. To the scientists who are trying to destroy it, it's Spodoptera exempta, and it's just one of the farmers' enemies being studied here at the Kenyan Agricultural Research Institute at Maguga, about 20 miles north of the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. One of the visiting scientists is Dr. Gavin Gatehouse, a zoologist from the University College of North Wales at Bangor, and he explained that while it may be called the army worm, it's not really a worm at all.
It's a lepidopteran, a moth, and the caterpillar, which is called the armyworm, is the stage which does the damage.
Yeah. So what is its life cycle then?
Well, the moth lays its eggs usually on a particular species of grass, and these hatch to produce tiny larvae which are only a few millimeters long, and these then march to over short distances probably to the nearest suitable vegetation. It does feed exclusively on grass species, but of course that includes many of the most important crops. As far as the armyworm is concerned, maize is probably the most important. Sorghum it will attack, wheat where that's grown, and any gramineous crop plant. Yeah. And the larvae establish themselves on the host plant and grow fairly rapidly and remain on the plants for as long as there is food on that plant. However, if the densities are high enough to eat out that particular zone of plants, then the larvae will march. And when you get very high densities of larvae moving off a crop which they've eaten out, they may march over bare ground, over roads and so on, and hence the name armyworm.
After 20 years in East Africa, infestations like this are nothing unusual to the head of Gatehouse's area of research, Dr. Derek Rose.
The characteristic of them is that they're very dense aggregations of the caterpillars on the crops or the grasses, and once they reach nearly full-grown size, they begin to eat very, very rapidly. They can destroy a crop of wheat in a couple of days. One day it can be all there, the next day it can be gone. And then they start marching once the crop is eaten, and you see them moving across roads in very, very large numbers. You can find as many as 1,000 per square metre. This is not unusual. And there are stories of the railway train from Mombasa to Nairobi being held up because armyworm crossing it, the skidding on the rails.
The significance is not in the size of the larva, but in the numbers, as is true with many of these pests. It is the sheer weight of numbers and the amount of vegetation they consume when they're present in high densities, which is the problem.
And elegantly 20th century as its capital Nairobi may be, Kenya can't afford to lose any of its precious crops. Minister of Agriculture, Mr. James Osogo.
It is a big problem and a big threat too to agriculture. As you know, the armyworm moth is spread quite a bit in Eastern Africa. That means in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Sudan, and Somalia, and also Ethiopia. So the production of this insect in these two countries becomes quite a threat in Eastern Africa, and it is a big threat to our crop in Kenya.
But as James Osogo pointed out, the nature of the insect brings other problems too.
First of all, it is a very unpredictable pest in that its life is very short, and then when it becomes pupae, we find it difficult to trace it. But we have difficulties in communication because of the area, the large area in Kenya where this insect comes out.
To repel an invading army, you have to be able to reach it. But this is the main road through a country 3 times the size of England, Scotland and Wales. Away from Kenya's main artery, the roads are even smaller and much worse, although in any case there's precious little motorised transport. These, the small-time farmers, are the people who need the insecticides most when an armyworm invasion starts. But they're also the people it's hardest to get them to.
Our experience has shown that the small farmer is hit harder than the large-scale farmer in that he has got little crop, and when they come in millions, they devour the leaves on his crop. And then the large-scale farmer, large as it is easier to combat using our means, using Land Rovers to spray the insects on the field, whilst it's very difficult on a small farm.
Even if you have the wherewithal to attack the worm, though, its lifestyle makes it hard to find. Starting life as an egg, it isn't until 7 to 10 days after hatching that it's big enough to catch the eye. And soon after that, it lives up to its name as the mystery worm and does a disappearing act.
When the larva is fully grown, it leaves the plant and burrows down into the soil. They then turn round and excavate themselves a neat little chamber, and then pupate. They then change to the next stage, which is the pupa. The pupal stage lasts for something of the order of 10 days, maybe as little as 6 in the really hot areas. And then this splits open and the moth emerges, pushes its way out through the layer of soft particles, the soft dust on the top, and climbs up a grass stem. At this stage, its wings are folded up, not expanded, and it sits there for something of the order of a quarter of an hour while it pumps blood into its wings to expand them, and then the moth is ready to fly.
News comes into the research institute that there's a heavy infestation about 90 miles east of Nairobi. The information is 2 days old, but Gatehouse sets off in the hope of collecting specimens for his research. On the rutted dirt roads, the Land Rover leaves the characteristic smokescreen of the red dust of Africa. Gatehouse drives as fast as is safe, but it still takes 3 hours to reach the field that bore the brunt of the armyworm's attack. And there isn't a caterpillar to be seen. There's no doubt they've been there. What might have been adequate pasture looks like stubble. But Spodoptera exempta hasn't gone away. Hacking at the hard earth with his panga, Gatehouse finds them not quite at rest in those little underground chambers. He collects nearly 100 from a tiny patch of earth to take back to Nairobi. When these hatch out, it'll be to help man rather than rob him. Their first flight may help to reveal the armyworm's secret.
The major problem, of course, with armyworm is that it is a migrant. And the moths fly large distances and therefore move, and the infestations move through the season.
Now, is that an inbuilt characteristic of every single armyworm?
No, not quite, and this is really why I have got involved in this project. The caterpillars are curious in that they come in various forms. And the form in which the caterpillars come depends on the densities of caterpillars in the area in which they happen to be. If the densities are extremely low, the caterpillars are green, they're very sluggish, and they feed at the base of the grasses. So they're extremely inconspicuous. And people don't know them because they're difficult to see, and even when they do see them, they don't recognize them because they're so different from the other form, which you get in the high densities. The caterpillars are quite different. They're black, a sort of velvety black. They are extremely active. They climb up the plants and feed on the foliage, very voraciously indeed. And so they're different. They appear entirely different.
Because the non-aggressive caterpillars are unrecognizable and feeding on remote and uncultivated grasslands, there's no hope of spraying the armyworm out of existence. The best the project can hope for is to develop a strategy to control the outbreaks that devastate the crop-growing areas of East Africa. But providing protection from southern Tanzania to beyond the Red Sea is an almost impossible job. The enemy is a highly mobile one. In November and December, it's in Tanzania. It hits Kenya and Uganda early on in the new year and passes on up the whole of East Africa into Ethiopia and Somalia until it finishes in the Yemen around about September.
Because of the unpredictable movement of the moths, it has not been easy for us to combat it. But if a scientist will be able to establish to us the movement, the migratory movement of the insect, I think it will greatly help us to fight it, knowing very well that it will come out at a certain period of the year and in certain places. I think it will help us greatly, and we will be prepared to fight it. But as it is now, it takes us by surprise because of its nature of movement.
A shortage of resources and an unpredictable pest attacking along an enormous front means that forecasting is all important, because if you know where the swarm of moths is going to arrive, you can have what insecticides and what people are available there to greet them. So there's a network of stations like this one all over East Africa. equipped with traps to sample the migratory moths as they pass through. And then, because the moths are carried by wind and often arrive in a downpour, the Research Institute also has all the impedimenta of a meteorological station. Information comes into this office from all over East Africa about the density of the caterpillars on the ground, the number of moths caught in the traps, about wind strength and directions, about sunshine and rainfall. From these figures, a forecast can be sent ahead of the invading swarm to the areas or the countries that lie in its path. It might be possible then to say where these moths were going to. The unanswered question is, where were they coming from? If that were known, it might be possible to kill them off generations earlier. And it's a solution to that puzzle that Dr. Gatehouse's work aims to help solve.
Now, in the field, you can look at moths using radar, and a radar entomology team from Britain has been doing this. You can use light traps. You can use pheromone traps. They will give you moths, but those moths have no tag on them to say where they've come from. The only way you can actually follow the behavior of an individual moth is to have a look at it in the laboratory. And this is why this technique for flying moths in the laboratory, which we've developed, has hopefully been of use to the project.
Just about everything about the moths that can be measured has been measured. But you can't track a moth over Africa with a stopwatch in your hand. And the great unknown was how long the moths are capable of flying, and whether all moths have the same capacity for flight. To test that, the moths have to be tethered. Now, that's traditionally been done by fixing some kind of an anchorage to the moth's back, and to keep the creature still while that's done, it's been anaesthetized. The anesthetic, though, affects the insect's flying ability, and so undermines the experiment. So Gatehouse fixes the anchorage not to the moth, but to the pupa, and that doesn't need an anesthetic. It's located on a sponge block, but it's actually kept still by its own pupal skin. Gatehouse removes a piece of that skin from the pupa, and then he glues a tiny plastic tube onto the back of the moth within that it will carry for the rest of its life. This pupa wasn't far from its emergence as a moth. It begins to wriggle expectantly while it's still under the microscope. It's quickly placed in a dish of fine sand, and within seconds the skin splits. The squirming moth, its wings not yet inflated, heaves itself into the next phase of its life. There isn't time to provide it with a twig to crawl up. Instead, it's offered a sheet of paper, and it scurries up that to wait for its wings to pump up and dry off, apparently unconcerned by the unnatural appendage on its back. At last it's ready, and held by the mounting tube shows neither damage nor unwillingness to fly. It's as night falls, when instinct tells the moths it's time to take off, that Gatehouse makes his next move to solve this creature's mysterious flight pattern. These, an ingenious mixture of homemade and high engineering, are Gatehouse's flight measurers. Each still resting moth is fixed to the tip of a balance arm made from needle-fine tubing, which is inserted into the tube on its thorax. At the other end of the balance arm, there's a small metal flag. When the moth is at rest, it sits on a cardboard drum, but as soon as it starts to fly up, the flag at the other end of the balance arm drops down and activates a photoelectric cell. That switches on a solenoid, and that in turn draws the cardboard drum away from the moth as the earth would seem to drop away in life, and it's free to fly. So as not to frighten the moth with sudden movement, the action's damped by having the counterweight suspended in thin oil. This moth's had enough. It starts to descend, and that brings the flag back into the photoelectric cell. The solenoid is switched off, and the counterweights gently return the moth's runway to its reaching feet. And the duration of that flight has been noted by a pen chart recorder. 1 pen to each moth, it's switched on by the cell that activates the solenoid and switched off again as the moth lands. This is the nearest anyone has got to having a tethered insect achieve free flight, and from the normality of their behavior, it looks as if the moths don't even know they're not free. It's a neat piece of miniature engineering, and it showed up some very interesting differences in what appear to be identical moths. Differences that really spring from the time when they were in the caterpillar stage, and either thin on the ground, the so-called solitary condition, or very crowded in a thriving gregarious population.
Well, it showed really that the gregarious moths fly much more persistently than the solitary ones. And we're talking now in terms of flights which could be significant in terms of migration, flights lasting hours rather than minutes. Very few of the solitary moths, and this applies particularly to females, fly for durations of more than a few minutes, perhaps up to half an hour or so. Whereas among the gregarious moths, the moths from the gregarious larvae, I should say, something like 30% showed flights, single flights that is, of more than 9 hours duration. And one champion flew for 21 hours, 15 minutes.
With only a moderately helpful breeze, a moth flying for that sort of time could cover 200 to 300 miles. But that still leaves a lot of questions about their origins unanswered.
The reason we came out here originally was to test the hypothesis that most of the armyworm moths that come to Kenya had originated from Tanzania. And we're not so sure now. We still know a lot do come up from Tanzania, and Gavin's work has shown that the populations consist of long flyers and short flyers, and that those which are long flyers are induced to be long flyers by the fact they are concentrated in crowds in the outbreaks. And that those that are in low numbers, what we call the solitary phase caterpillars, produce on the whole moths that don't fly far. Now this is not cut and dry by any means, yet he's still doing more work this year, particularly looking at the outbreaks themselves.
What we're really interested in doing now is to go into the field, collect larvae from actual infestations, where the density is known, and see if we can pick out the characteristics at the larval stage which will tell us to what extent the moths emerging from that infestation are going to fly.
What will that enable you to do that you can't do now?
Well, it'll possibly enable one to use one's resources for control more efficiently, in that if you accept that they are limited, and they nearly always are, then it would obviously make much more sense to put the control effort into hitting populations which were going to result in a lot of movement of the moths, rather than ones, say, in non-critical grassland, which were going to result in lesser movements.
The mystery worm isn't in a hurry to reveal its secrets, and years of investigation have provided only a working hypothesis. The research is painstaking and vital, but because the pest is a problem to the poorer people of poorer countries, it's hard to raise the funds and find the staff for the project. While the Western world worries about the green fly on its roses and hasn't even heard of Spodoptera exempta, the East African smallholder has to compete with it for survival.
It would be very difficult to assess its economic importance as a pest in terms of figures, in terms of money. But if you happen to be a shamba owner, a little farmer with your little plot of maize, which is your year's livelihood, and you happen to be in the path of an infestation, your loss is total. And it is this aspect, really, which is the one which should be kept in mind when thinking of the armyworm as a pest.
The worms have damaged a lot of your maize. What will you do now?
Only to starve. It's only to starve, unless I am left feeding on bananas and a few fruits. Yes.
Most of the films in this series are about the scientist's quest for future knowledge. This one is no less scientific, but it's about the search for things that have been and aren't any longer. To uncover the way we used to be, to find out what we came from, what helped to make us the way we are today, has meant combining the skills of a whole team of scientists in what is really a detective story. In a small, densely populated room in the University of Liverpool's School of Medicine, Robert Connolly, a lecturer in anatomy, is trying to find the blood group of a skeleton's owner, despite the fact that it's hundreds of years since he had any blood. More detective work has recreated a bell that was destroyed almost 4.5 centuries ago. From the clues of the past, a 700-year-old kiln has been rebuilt and refired. Now it produces 13th century tiles just as it did in 1281.
Now, who's a nice tall volunteer to lay in our coffin? OK. Do you know how tall you are?
5'8".
And all these secrets have been prized from the earth for the people of a new town to look at what, of their own ancient history, remains to be seen.
Well, he's got a bit of room still at the bottom, hasn't he? So this proves a thing.
In 1970, Runcorn Development Corporation set about building a new town a few miles from Liverpool, but on this, the south side of the River Mersey. And they found that they'd inherited in the ancient parish of Halton an overgrown site which the history book said had once been a priory. So they appointed a young archaeologist to investigate, and his team, once they'd cleared away centuries of trees and shrubs and undergrowth, started scraping slowly backwards through the years of occupation. Every detail of texture and composition was charted before being removed. Every shred of evidence, even when it looked no more than a long-since-dead dog's dinner, was cleaned, logged, and stored away. The bones themselves and the pots they were cooked in were meticulously labelled and catalogued. This painstaking sifting of the buried evidence showed that Runcorn New Town had, in Norton Priory, one of the biggest medieval monastic sites in Britain. The archaeologist Patrick Green is still there and still investigating. How does it come about that there's a priory here near Runcorn at all?
In the medieval period, it was very much the pattern of large landowners to establish a priory in which their ancestors and their descendants could be buried. Here it was the Baron of Halton who established a priory in the 12th century, and which, as we see, grew to really quite large size by the end of the medieval period.
Certainly did. Is there a precise date for its start?
1134 it was founded, yes.
And what was it then?
It was really a small monastic house of standard complement, which was 12 canons, and the prior, who was head of the household. But the evidence we have from the excavation is that it grew really quite rapidly and became really one of the larger monastic houses of Cheshire. It was very much a case of building to the glory of God and building really on a grandiose scale, partly to the glory of God, but also the glory of the benefactors. Having generously backed the place, they wished this to be represented to their families and to the other families around. They wished their generosity to be seen.
Yeah. So it's a bit like the way that businessmen nowadays put their money into the local football team.
Very much so, very much so. Though with this, I think the results were rather more permanent.
But not as permanent as they no doubt imagined. In the 1530s, after falling out with Rome when the Pope wouldn't countenance his divorcing Catherine of Aragon, Henry VIII overthrew the monasteries. 400 years after its foundation, Norton Priory was sold off for the benefit of the state's coffers to a family of Cheshire landowners, the Brookes. They demolished most of the buildings and put up a Tudor mansion. Later on in their 400 years of ownership, that too was demolished and replaced with a Georgian house. In the 1930s, the estate grew into a jungle, and that's how it stayed until the bulldozers arrived to clear the way for Runcorn New Town, followed by the archaeologists who undertook a rather more delicate earth removal job. They opened up the secrets of the site to its inheritors in the 1980s. Local school children are shown round by Pauline Bearpark, the site's information officer.
Now, can you get somewhere where you can see? Well as finds, we have to record everything that's found here. we record the finds by marking them so we know exactly where they're found. But if you can see this fellow here, he's got a frame with wires across it, and he's recording all those stones exactly where they're found, so that you make an accurate drawing of whole sites. Any questions?
How long have you been excavating this site?
Well, I've been excavating here since about 1971. The first trial trench was in 1970 when we found there was a good site here to excavate. And in 1971 we started excavating. But as you can see from what you've walked around, we've done an awful lot.
Some of the most exciting finds lay within inches of the surface weeds. The scraping gradually uncovered, within the outline of the walls that were beginning to show up, more than 30 stone coffins, most of them still bonily occupied.
Right, not that far, this far.
The elaborately carved coffin lids, chiselled from local sandstone, are stored in the museum's warehouse.
They were actually in position, nearly all of them, over the graves that they'd been placed over in the medieval period. And it was actually during the excavation, during the methodical removal of layers of soil, that we eventually came down to the level at which they had been placed. They'd been actually set in the floor of the medieval church, projecting through it, rather in the way of a modern grave slab set within a Westminster Abbey or something like that, as a memorial that people coming to the church would see. All of them have the cross motif on it, the Christian cross. This is basic. But some of these have taken that motif and they've turned it into something really quite fantastic in that sense of the word. There's a lot of fantasy gone into it. There's one, for example, in which the cross has turned into an oak tree, a sort of tree of life, which is growing from a human face. In another case, a strange griffin-like creature has a vine growing from its mouth, and the tail of the griffin is turned into a dog's head, and that too has a vine growing from it. And both of these twine either side of the cross. Well, the burials were immediately beneath, and on a hot June day it must have been rather unpleasant. Though, from the excavation, we do know that they put quicklime into the graves, obviously to reduce the smell, and some of the sandstone coffins have a drain hole in the bottom that the decaying fluids of the body could drain out through. But still, on a hot day, it must have been somewhat unpleasant.
Well, now why have we got these coffins here? Now this one in the middle isn't a mum, as you might assume, and 3 babies, but they tell us that this one in the middle is a man aged about 35. That one to the left there is a child of about 4. That one to the right there is a child of about 2, and this one at the back, made up of odd stone slabs, is a baby of about 12 months. Now they can date baby skeletons to within a few months of their life, so they do know these quite accurately. We've had some 150 skeletons from Norton, and they've all gone off to Liverpool School of Medicine to be studied, and they can tell us quite a lot about the bodies from just the bones that are left behind.
Bones are conspicuously short of blood, and the Norton Priory skeletons are no exception. And yet, 800 years after it stopped flowing in their medieval veins, Robert Connolly, a forensic scientist at Liverpool University, is identifying the blood groups. That's his own blood is adding to a liquid that contains extracted chemicals from the medieval skeletons. Almost all the cells in our bodies, including the ones that bones are made of, contain these chemical substances, and they determine our blood group. There are 2 people like Connolly who don't have these substances. That means they're blood group O. To his own group O blood, then, Connolly adds the chemicals from the skeletons. The chemicals attach themselves to the group O cells and change the living blood into the same blood group as that of the dead individual, in this case from group O to group A. The blood groups of 13th century nobility are perhaps the least likely information to come from the Norton Priory site, but they're only a small part of a wealth of discoveries. The priory spread over a considerable area as the generosity of its patrons allowed the building of an elaborate chapel, cloisters, a chapter house, a warming room, and a pretty substantial kitchen area. The patrons' reward was burial in a holy place, and the more they gave, the nearer they could lie to the altar, and so the nearer to heaven. And they all lay feet to the east, so that they might sit up and face the rising sun on Judgment Day. For almost 800 years, these tall, rich, and once well-nourished skeletons lay undisturbed, except where the odd careless spade had cut them down to size to make way for modern conveniences. But if Judgment Day were to come this week, they'd find themselves disassembled, boxed, and labelled in Robert Connolly's laboratory.
When Patrick brings in another skeleton, or another 10 skeletons, another 20 skeletons, however busy he's been, we lay them out on a table like this, bone by bone, and just have a look through the whole thing. We get an idea of the age of the individual, the age of death. We get an idea, we have a look, see if there's any signs of gross pathology, any fractures, have a look at the teeth, see what sort of state they're in, and just get a general overall picture. You can tell, even without looking at an individual's teeth, for instance, you can tell whether he had a very rough diet by the size of the muscle attachment markings on his jaw and where the muscles which attach to the jaw are attached to the head. This sort of thing. So you can deduce quite a lot, really. Of course, if you've got the teeth as well, then this helps a great deal on the sort of diet they had. And when you get down to doing actual chemistry of the bones, you can get a fairly clear idea of the nutritional levels. This mandible, for instance, here, this lower jaw, it's fully mature adult male, got a nice projecting chin, but all his teeth are there. He actually lost that one there after death. The socket is completely clear. It's clear that it was lost after death. I think if we rooted around in the box, we might find it. But all the teeth are there, and if you look around, apart from the odd carie, a little bit of caries in there, but apart from that, they're all in very good condition, really, aren't they? Yeah. You consider he's from the late 13th century. It's really quite a good set of teeth, isn't it? They're really very firm. There's no flaking of the enamel, and very, very well preserved. But this chap here, for instance, about the same period, another male. Tooth lost during life there. You can see the bone has grown right over. Same again there. But if you look on the inside, look at that. That was an abscess, a dental abscess, which has eroded away part of the actual jaw. It may have contributed to his death. He may have died of septicemia. No antibiotics to cure it.
Well, these two long bones are thigh bones, aren't they? What do they tell you about the owner?
Well, he was a chap of about 18 years of age. We know that from the way in which the head of the bone has fused and from the nature of his skull. Now, you'll notice that this one here is not quite straight. That's because it was fractured in life. And it's healed up and left it about an inch or so shorter than its partner.
I don't suppose it's possible to say how he came to break it.
Well, it's remarkable, actually. In this particular instance, we can say with some certainty exactly what happened. It wouldn't have needed a very, very great blow to break this leg, because he has a cyst in the bone. If we just have a look at this X-ray here, see this clear patch there, just around the break. That's a cyst formed in the bone marrow itself. They usually start up here and migrate downwards, actually, but just place it over there. You see, it's exactly at the site of the fracture, and that has weakened the walls of the bone. And so even a very slight fall would probably cause that fracture, but it has healed up quite nicely. It's remarkable the amount you can actually deduce from a skeleton, even after it's been buried for 1,000 years or so. Frequently you can point to something and say, well, this would have contributed probably to his demise. Very seldom that you can say why they died. You can say how they lived.
They lived very well, and their money provided the Priory with quite a degree of elegance.
The discovery of the tile floor and the kiln in which those tiles were fired was a very great good fortune, because the floor itself had really survived by the skin of its teeth from Victorian gardening activities, which had forked to within a couple of inches of the floor, which had been laid in about 1300. We discovered that, and then we were very fortunate to discover a kiln in which the tiles had been fired. So this gave us a tremendous amount of background on that particular craft.
Well, as you can see, this isn't one of the monastic buildings. This little summer house belonged to the Georgian house. And we thought, well, we'll make a nice floor for it. And it was a very good opportunity to make some medieval tiles. To make these, we do just as the itinerant craftsman did. We take the clay straight out of the ground and we get the pieces of clay and we take out stones or roots or anything big that's in it that we don't want. And we squeeze it into sort of putty balls. And then we get a couple of pieces of wood of the same thickness, either side of the lump of clay, and we roll it out with a roller, just like your mum might do pastry. And then we get our shapes, we want the tiles, and we place it on the piece of clay and we cut round the edge.
It's almost magic that by using the same material from the same site, by employing the same techniques, they recreate tiles which are medieval in everything but their age. The block that's pressed into the clay to emboss a pattern on it has been carved with a shape faithfully copied from the originals that the itinerant tilemaker produced for both Norton and the nearby Warrington priories. It's a cheerful lion. To make the 36 differently shaped tiles fit together, the teams had to find out all over again how much they shrink when they're fired. And their glaze is as medieval as everything else about them. Lead-based, its precise ingredients have been analysed by the advanced techniques of a modern chemical company's laboratory and reproduced for the experiments at Norton. The kiln, based on the miraculously preserved remains of the original, is central to the end result. As it bakes the clay, its temperature varies. Wood ash gets into the glaze, and the finished tiles are spared the precisely predictable, boring sameness of the modern factory-made item. It would take a very trained eye indeed to recognise these as 20th century tiles. They're a credit to the modern archaeologist and the medieval tradesman. But those are not the only trades that you found.
No, one of the other itinerant trades which was carried on here by groups of travelling craftsmen was in fact making bells. We found in fact 2 bell pits in which bells have been cast, moulds have been made, the metal has been poured into them, the mould has been then torn away from the bell's been taken out, but in the pits we've found pieces of the mould surviving. And in one case we were able to reconstruct this, which gave us complete information on the shape of the bell which had been cast in the 13th century.
A local foundry volunteered to cast a new bell. They used the medieval pattern to make a modern mould so that the original was faithfully reproduced. In spite of Henry VIII's melting it down to make cannon, the Norton bell looks and sounds unchanged. The 12th century priors would see it as more than luck that's preserved so much of their establishment, and it's certainly providential that the finds have been uncovered at a time when a scientifically based archaeology can make so much of them. But even they would be astounded that, unprotected by a covering of earth, this has survived Henry Tudor's revenge and the vandalism of Oliver Cromwell. It stood outside both Tudor and Georgian houses and survived both their demolitions before being taken to Liverpool Museum for safekeeping. Now it's about to be restored to a place of honour in its original home.
It's St. Christopher wading through the waters of the river with a fish swimming around his feet and on his shoulder carrying the Christ child.
Would that have some actual function at the Priory?
Well, it had a function, a religious function, in that Norton Priory was next to the River Mersey, which was a big barrier to communication. And I think a lot of travellers would have stayed at the Priory. And it was believed in the medieval period that if you looked at the face of St. Christopher, either a painting or a glass window, or in this case a statue, you were safe from death that day, which is why motorists still have St. Christopher medallions in their cars.
It takes, and had got, months of preparation to move the statue. It needed well-designed scaffolding to lift 2 tons and to spread the load over the museum's marble floor so that it didn't drop through into someone's office. And the statue needed a pretty substantial crate, too. Removal day, and St. Christopher was being gift-wrapped as an apprehensive Patrick Green and I arrived at Liverpool Museum. We'd calculated all we could. The Proof of the pudding lay ahead, and we could only hope that the one-time patron saint of travellers would help himself along the road home. The saint looked on unmoved, if not immovable, as the team finished off wrapping him in protective foam. The scaffold supported 3 hefty girders. He'd be winched up on those in a rock climber's sling. We've got this set up on each side. Each of these carabiners is 2.5-ton braking strain. So we've got 5 tons of braking strain to cope with a 2.5-ton statue. You're smiling cynically.
Well, it's all theory, you see.
Was the crate going to fit under the girders? It wasn't.
It's the diagonal you need to be worried about.
Yeah, you've got the apex going across.
Could the whole thing be left suspended while we take the floor from underneath it?
No. As it tilts, you get the diagonal. And so that's a bigger dimension than from the base of the box to the top of the box. And it's that won't fit underneath. So
I can put you some 4x2s on that one.
there seemed to be a communication problem. 6 inches came off the crate, just enough to accommodate the statue and fit under the beams. But we were beginning to realise that moving a statue is probably as difficult as it looks.
How's the clearance underneath?
It's well clear of the ground now.
We are afloat, yeah.
St. Christopher was in the air, still 15 miles from home, but moving in what seemed to us a promising orbit. All of 3 feet nearer to Norton Priory, he was standing unsupported for the first time in 24 hours. And we could get on with nailing his crate around him. Day 2, and things seemed to be moving a bit quicker, although it was the afternoon of the second day before we finally closed the lid on St. Christopher. Even then, getting him to lie down promised to be as awkward a job as everything else. Patrick took photographs of his struggling amateur team getting nowhere, and then we had some unexpected help from the professionals, as 3 riggers who'd been watching despairingly swung into action. Totally unharmed, the Saint was on his way. By the end of the third day, St. Christopher was back home in Norton Priory and more fittingly housed than he'd been for 550 years, in the entrance lobby to the Priory, where the man who carved him would have waited to see the abbot. It was a great day for the removal team, but after all, only another tiny piece in the Norton Priory jigsaw. How many more there are, how many more years it will take to find them, remains to be seen. The streets these days seem to be full of middle-aged men pounding the pavements in search of a better, and if possible, eternal life. But am I really working hard enough to do me any good? Or on the other hand, am I in danger of joining the ranks of those people who've actually had heart attacks while they were supposed to be keeping fit? And just exactly what's going on inside this rather rusty machine that's me. If we knew exactly what happened to us when we exercise, then it might be possible to make the fit people healthier still, the sick people better, and to anticipate heart trouble long before it happened and much earlier than we can today. Well, this film is about the quest for that knowledge. And it starts with another sign of the times, a Keep Fit class, but not just any Keep Fit class. This one at Huyton near Liverpool seems to enjoy the input of a considerable amount of scientific knowledge. Salford University research is steering these folk between the extremes of not doing enough and doing too much and assessing their limits.
All right, let's stop. Let's find your pulse. Let's see if you're working. Find your pulse. You ready? And count.
Biceps, 4.2.
You're 25% total in body fat. So in other words, you can afford to lose 5% of your total weight as fat weight.
All the people who join are given a pre-course assessment to see what they need and what they can stand.
79.5.
The targets set for them ensure that each individual works hard enough to get fitter, but not so hard that anyone falls counterproductively dead. And it seems to work.
I think we've all benefited from loss of weight and an improved muscle tone.
Yeah.
I'm sure of this. You know, even if you don't lose weight, I think we tend to look better.
Yeah.
Or even if that's our imagination, we feel as though we look better.
Lower them down, keep moving. Are you ready? Are you ready? And swing them up waist high. Come on, you won't get a job in the Empire. It's all right.
Dr. Jerry Quinn, who drills the Huyton volunteers, is one of a team from Salford University's Human Performance Laboratory, where a lot of unlikely things happen. Runners cover mile after mile and never leave the spot. Swimmers plough their way through 50 lengths and are only ever wet with sweat.
Come on down there, let's accelerate on the recovery.
And cyclists pedal from nowhere to nowhere.
134. 134.
The Salford Lab was founded 8 years ago and based on established work done in the States on athletes. Head of the Salford team is Dr. Bruce Davis.
The laboratory here started off very similarly with the main intention of working with athletes. But over the last years, of course, we've expanded very rapidly into most of the fields of human movement. And at the moment, we're involved in the energy consumption of spina bifida children. We're very concerned with advising unfit sedentary people about how to correctly get involved with exercise. We're also concerned about the coronary patient, and we're very involved with the rehabilitation of the post-coronary patient. And of course, we're still also very much involved with top-class athletes. We are trying to ensure that each individual person, whether he be a top-class athlete or whether he be a sedentary person, we want to, in some way, make sure that these people can fulfill their maximum potential.
OK, pop the mouthpiece in here.
But the work at Salford still begins with measuring people with the highest potential, the athletes.
OK, we want 5-minute warm-up, 90 reps. When you're ready, pick it up. Go.
Ian Binder is one of Britain's Olympic cycle squad, and he's in the process of pedalling himself from normality to an absolute standstill in 12 minutes.
On the 12-minute test, we're particularly looking at the ability of the heart and lungs to supply oxygen to the working muscles. This is one of the limiting factors to performance, the ability to supply oxygen in order to produce energy. And so when fatigue sets in that case, it's the inability of the system to maintain the oxygen supply at the level required by the workload. We're also looking at blood pressure too, because blood pressure, again, the driving force of the heart, also increases in proportion to workload. And then the product of the two, heart rate and blood pressure, gives a good mechanical index of working capacity of the whole cardiovascular system.
What the index is saying is that Ian is reaching his limit. Pouring with sweat, legs and lungs hurting abominably, he starts to lose control. The wheels wobble so that he has to be held onto the bike.
Hand on, put your hand on.
Finally, his overtaxed cardiovascular system calls a halt.
People are always talking about the cardiovascular system in the human performance lab. It simply means the heart and the circulatory system that play such a vital part in the working of the human engine. In fact, we're remarkably like car engines. As soon as I start to run, or in fact do any work, my muscles are converting fuel into movement. That's just one kind of energy into another. The fuel, of course, isn't quite the same as a car's, although it is in fact various forms of carbohydrates, which is what petrol is. But it's carried to the muscles by the blood. And so the harder I work, the faster my heart will beat, and the more blood is pumped around. But as well as carrying fuel, the blood's carrying oxygen. And that's absolutely essential, because unless there's oxygen in the muscles, they can't convert the fuel. They can't use that fuel at all, any more than a car engine will run unless there is air around to mix with the petrol in the combustion chambers.
It's the same with any fuel. Here, the candle wax burns to provide light and heat, and then the oxygen supply is cut off, and once the stored oxygen in the jar is used up, the flame simply goes out. There's still fuel available, plenty of wax left, but the waste products that now fill the jar where there was oxygen before won't support burning.
Of course, there are waste products in my muscles too from the burning up of that biological fuel. Normally happens is that the body breaks them down into other chemical substances, and eventually I expel them as carbon dioxide whenever I breathe out. And whenever I breathe in, I get fresh supplies of oxygen, which are transferred to the blood in the lungs, and that reoxygenated blood is sent down to the muscles to carry on the good work. Quite quickly, though, especially with an inefficient body, I just can't get enough blood carrying enough oxygen down to the muscles to do the job properly, and the waste products, principally lactic acid, start to build up. So, muscles start to hurt, and in the end, they just grind to a standstill.
After 5,000 metres, the shortness of breath, the difficulty in talking and the tiredness of leg was hardly unexpected. My basic mistake was to have stopped any competitive running 24 years ago, since the secret of keeping going seems to be to keep going. These men are all fell runners. The oldest, well into his 60s, the youngest, a 19-year-old, and all more capable of keeping going than I am. The race, the Pendle Hill Fell Run, is over a 4.5-mile stretch of the Lancashire Pennines. It doesn't sound a lot, but it's the kind of going that causes the strain, and the speed. The record, 4.5 miles in under 30 minutes. The early stages, by these men's standards, are fairly easy going, but soon the gradient goes up to 1 in 6, and the runners string out. 2 miles into the race, they're at 1,000 feet and up in the clouds. The club members have run in all weathers over the last 12 months, not just for sport, but to help another of Salford's projects. The decision to examine the fell runner's physiology came from researcher David Simpson.
Sprinters and middle distance runners and marathon runners are fairly well researched and documented. But as far as we're aware, no one anywhere has done any work at all on fell runners. So from that point of view, it's interesting. And also, it's interesting to see how these men physically and physiologically stand up to the terrific strains imposed by running fast and uphill.
After a brief downhill section, the runners meet this, the most savage part of the course. The trail climbs 1,000 feet to the peak of the hill at an angle of 45 degrees. It's here that a slightly mysterious technique comes into play. The good runners keep themselves close to their threshold, but they never exceed it. If they did, the accumulated waste products in their muscles would stop them, and they'd have to wait to go on until their systems could clear the lactic acid. Harry Walker certainly has that technique. Unlike the rest of us, he likes it better the steeper it gets.
Just do a quick blood sample, Harry, and you'll be on your way.
In the middle of the race, we limit our sampling to taking a small thumb prick. It's only a drop of blood. And we analyse that for lactic acid. Before and after the race, of course, we take physical measurements, urine samples and blood samples from a vein, and also the thumb prick so that we can compare the lactic acid levels before, after and at the middle.
Good quality stuff. It is, yes. Good colour.
All the blood samples collected before, during and after the race will be whisked back to Salford University and analysed. What they're after are tiny amounts of chemicals that are released into the bloodstream by an overtaxed or damaged muscle. These enzymes and isoenzymes are quite specific to one kind of muscle or another, so that if the heart has been overworked, the chemical evidence can be found by a careful analysis of the blood samples. The hope is that they can use the technique to predict any given individual's risk of suffering a heart attack merely by analysing his blood.
Right, that's it. Thanks. On the scales. Yes. On the scale. That's 78 kilograms, Sue. You lost a kilogram. Okay, thank you.
But there's more to a runner's physiology than blood, and while many of the laboratory experiments couldn't be taken on a hillside, reproducing fell running conditions on a treadmill has its problems too. So they've had to create a special protocol that attempts to simulate the sort of speed and distance and angles that a fell runner would encounter in a real race. Without the elaborate and expensive technology of the modern physiology lab, it wouldn't be possible. But they're reasonably happy that they've got a mechanical simulation so that they can measure Harry's performance, as it were, on the fells. He runs at about 14 kilometres per hour, a reasonable speed on the level. But every 2 minutes they raise the treadmill by another 1.5 degrees of steepness, and he just runs up an ever-increasing slope until he can't run any more. What's happening to Harry Walker on the treadmill is what would happen to all of us. The difference is that at 14 kilometres an hour and on a steadily steepening gradient, you or I would last 2 or 3 minutes. Harry will keep going for more than 20. The red line here is the amount of oxygen being delivered to his muscles. The green line is the oxygen going to the muscles of an averagely unfit individual. As the workload increases, in this case as the slope of the treadmill gets steeper, more and more oxygen is delivered to meet the demand from the muscles. But it's not long before the ordinary man's system just can't deliver any more, whatever the demand. The athlete's oxygen supply also levels out eventually, but it can keep up with a much greater workload. These lines show the levels of lactic acid in the two types. At first, it's a tiny amount, but as the workload increases and the oxygen isn't there to clear it, the unfit individual feels it piling up quite early on. There's a set level of lactic acid that any human body can tolerate. Once it reaches that level, the anaerobic threshold, the whole system gets a spanner in the works and the body can't go on. The average man reaches his threshold as the workload increases, but the athlete's better oxygen supply allows his acid to be kept down for longer.
60.6, Bruce. 10 seconds, Harry will be increasing the slope again. 15 minutes coming up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bring up, Harry.
Now. 15 minutes you've had, Harry. Dig in. Oxygen 62.5 and his heart rate 170.
Seconds. Come on now, hang in there. 15 seconds.
That's 21 minutes, Harry.
But that remarkable 21 minutes is it. The treadmill starts to carry him away as the recorder chatters out the news that Harry is breathing out more carbon dioxide than he's breathing oxygen in. He's passed his threshold.
Keep running, walk with it. Good lad. Keep walking, Harry, keep walking.
Well run, good run.
Good run. Start it off now. Just walking. Walk it out. Keep walking. Stretch your legs out, relax. Just breathing going. Good man. Good run, Harry, well done.
The other benefit of a super-efficient cardiovascular system is that it returns its owner to normality in an amazingly short time. Where the average man would be on his knees, Harry is actually running again. Where the average man would be speechless for half an hour, Harry is talking about his performance.
I was trying to do that extra bit, but I couldn't. Well, I decided, I got it to my mind to do it, and then I just, well, the machine went, I went. You were going, that was a good max. That was a really good max. Oh, I see what you mean. The mind had said go on, but the body couldn't.
While Harry Walker sets his eyes on the hills, Karen Millwall is just trying to get a little nearer to a normal life in her struggle against the problems of spina bifida. For 7 years now, she's tried out each modification of this swivel walker designed and built by Salford's Department of Mechanical Engineering. John Griffiths is an orthopaedic surgeon who's hoping that Salford can help with some of the problems that accompany this form of disablement.
One of the difficulties is that they are paralysed so that they have to be supported in a vertical position or even in a sitting position in some kind of apparatus. And to carry this extra weight around as well as to move themselves about requires more effort and energy than it would do for you or I, because we are complete and we are efficient mechanically. So that calipers are used, but many of the traditional calipers are extremely hard work to use, very energy consuming, require the use of crutches, and the patient can't travel very far without getting tired. The swivel walker is probably more efficient. We think it is because the patients use them with considerable facility, but we don't know absolutely certainly how much energy they do use. It's a completely unknown field, so we have been trying to measure the oxygen consumption while using the device to see whether, in fact, what we think is the case is in fact the case.
Is that all right?
It's good.
Okay. Right, we start walking now.
Karen clearly couldn't manage a treadmill, but the Salford physiologists have to be sure that her workload this time is the same as every other test so that they can make a real comparison. Karen keeps up with a small electric trolley that runs at a preset speed, and so her speed is set too. Her heart rate shows up on a mobile counter, and the huge rubber balloons collect the carbon dioxide that she breathes out. Put together, the data will tell them whether the Department of Engineering's latest modification is making moving around easier or harder for Karen and for her fellow spina bifida sufferers.
Come on, normal pace, one or two of you have slackened off.
Sometimes disablement shows, sometimes it doesn't. Not so long ago, these men hardly dared to walk at all.
I thought I was doing all the right things. I read quite a bit of scientific literature,
I was taking margarine, fat-free things, doing exercise. In fact, I was jogging when I had my heart attack, strangely enough.
On the night before, a perfectly normal day playing golf.
Yeah.
And the following morning, crunch, the big cramp.
And on the way down this hill, I just felt this tightness. And somehow or other, I don't know, I just recognised it as a sign. I said, keep cool to myself. I got the tanker home. We couldn't get the doctor, thank goodness. And we got the ambulance. And that was it.
Stock controller, lorry driver, physicist, neurosurgeon. All these men have had heart attacks. So how can they dare to stretch and jog? And how can the instructor risk pushing them? The answer is only by first assessing how each of them will react to exercise.
Stretch, that's good. Chin on knees, along the floor, and stretch.
Each individual's ability to take physical stress is measured under close medical supervision because the well-being of the post-coronary patients is the shared responsibility of three closely cooperating elements: Preston Polytechnic, the Human Performance Laboratory, and Preston Infirmary's Cardiac Rehabilitation Unit. Head of the medical team is Dr. Douglas Watt.
The idea of the stress test is to give us information about how a patient will be able to stand up to exercise when he comes onto our rehabilitation program. For this, we gradually increase the amount of activity that's being demanded of him, and we study both his heart action on the electrocardiogram and record his blood pressure and his pulse rate during this time. We use arbitrary levels of targets for the heart rate and aim to achieve this heart rate during the test. If the patient reaches this target during the test uneventfully, then we know that he should be able to exercise to that level without trouble on the program.
That's good. Just concentrate now on getting your pulses up to your target heart rate. You know how many laps to do before you get there. Check them out as normal.
When I was a student, we made patients lie in bed flat on their backs for 6 weeks. And then we allowed them to do nothing at all after that when they returned to so-called normal activity. And this has gradually progressed over the years until we're at the stage now where we aim for early mobilization, for rapid rehabilitation and a return to completely normal life. We have been forced to shorten the period of time that patients are kept immobile, largely because of pressure on hospital beds. And by sheer chance, it has turned out to be very much to the patient's benefit to become mobile earlier.
And rest. Excellent. Just last exercise now for the shoulders. Up onto your feet again. Arms circling, double arm circling. And relax. That's good. Okay. Can you check your pulse now? Just to check that it's not gone above your target heart rate.
As the weeks go by, the post-coronary patients push themselves a little bit harder and a little bit harder, every step carefully logged. And how much difference does it all make?
I certainly felt like a cabbage when it first happened, very apprehensive about doing anything at all, going out, or just managing to walk short distances at the start. I got to know about this course quite accidentally because somebody at work was on the course at that time. I'd had a heart attack about the same time that I did, and I applied and was fortunate to get on it.
I can remember Peter coming here, and believe me, some night I nearly carry him round this gym. He was that frightened.
Work was something that I was terrified of, I suppose near a nervous breakdown. I started here, and within 1 month of coming here, realised that life hadn't finished, of course, and 3 months after starting here, back to normal. In fact, a lot fitter than I've ever been, perhaps for 10 years.
You see the difference now? It's a winner all the way.
I think that we can say that the courses have been very successful indeed. It's very difficult to quantify success in this sense. The psychological benefit to the patient has certainly been enormous, and even those who seem to have benefited perhaps not obviously physically have benefited enormously emotionally and psychologically. We cannot say that life is prolonged. We can say that the quality of life has improved.
That's good.
It's the quality of life in many different areas that Salford's Human Performance Laboratory is aiming to improve as it answers the questions created by our infirmities and our ambitions. Will these blood tests reveal a chemical tracer that will identify people at risk before they have their heart attacks? Is this swivel walker progressing towards the lightest, strongest and most efficient the engineers can devise. Are all athletes born with a gold medal potential, or does the super athlete have to choose his own parents? Can we all improve our potential and then reach it?
Come on, let's move. Come on, let's move. Come on.
This country's often had good reason to be glad that it's an island. The English Channel kept Adolf Hitler off our doorstep, and of course the seas around us put paid to the Spanish Armada. But everything has to be paid for. England, Scotland and Wales alone has an almost unbelievable 6,000 miles of coastline, and sometimes the sea can come at it with remarkable ferocity. This film, then, is about the work of those latter-day Canutes, the engineers whose job it is to keep the sea at bay, and whose best efforts are, ironically, often invisible. About 700 miles of coastline needs reinforcing. South of the Humber, for instance, right down to the Thames Basin, much of the south coast west of Brighton, and the coasts of North Wales, Cheshire and Lancashire up to the Ribble that enclose a specially interesting area, Liverpool Bay. Here, a lot of factors: 30-foot tides, strong winds that build up the waves across 70 miles of Irish sea, and complex currents combine to make things tricky for the maritime engineer. This is New Brighton on the Cheshire coast, and I suppose its name gives a clue to its pretensions as a holiday resort. But if I were walking here 50 years ago, I'd be on a luxurious beach, because in those days the sand used to come pretty well up to those houses over there. So all this 200 yards with its paddling pool and its sunken tennis courts and bowling greens, not to mention the splendid sweep of the promenade, has been reclaimed from the sea by building a sea wall. And it certainly is a very considerable piece of engineering. But the sea can play some very unkind tricks. Well, they found that out at Southport, another northwest holiday resort about 20 miles up the coast. When I was taken for my holidays there about 40 years ago, I could be pretty sure of getting to the sea for a paddle. And not long before that, they actually used to anchor the coal boats and unload them at the end of Southport Pier. Well, the sea scotched all that by depositing huge volumes of sand on Southport's doorstep. Here, the sea played another dirty trick, only this time it did it in reverse. Instead of dumping the sand, it started to carry it away. And the source of New Brighton's downfall was, curiously enough, the same source as that of its newfound pride, the King's Parade sea wall. New Brighton between the wars thrived on its golden sands, but competition was fierce. Blackpool was only one rival that offered sun and fun for all the family. Blackpool's pride and joy was a miniature Eiffel Tower, a positively Parisian exclamation mark at the end of their generous promenade. New Brighton just had sand. So, to start with, it built its own tower, taller than Blackpool's, and with at least as fancy a ballroom. But then Southport, for instance, had a ballroom too, and if that wasn't quite as flashy, there seemed to be more to offer all the year round. The Lord Street shops had a legendary elegance, and the upper crustness was reflected in the upmarket beach rides. On the whole, variety seemed to be the best bait, and a touch of class. So, the less elegant New Brighton's answer was a super prom. In 1926, the local paper published the plans. Sunken tennis courts and bowling greens sheltered from the wind, a swimming pool, a boating lake, and bags of opulent space. The contractors moved in and built a cofferdam to keep the sea out while they built the wall. The sea, hint of things to come, moved in and knocked the cofferdam over. But in the end, the wall was finished, one that could indeed, in the contractor's words, resist any tempest. It wasn't long before the smiles faded. Something was going wrong. and it looked very much as if New Brighton had gained a promenade and lost a beach. In charge of Wallace's coastal engineering these days, Philip Barber.
Well, this seawall was built just before the Second World War, and it was built to the best technology available at the time, but unfortunately the profile is a hydraulic disaster, is about the only way I can think of describing it. It's structurally quite magnificent, and indeed any inspection of the wall would show it to be in good shape for 40 years service. But the hydraulic disaster results from its profile, which reflects every wave that hits it. It's just like light bouncing against a mirror, and indeed waves behave very similar to light rays. The waves hit the wall, they've already travelled over the beach once, and by being reflected, they travel over the beach again. That means that by such a wall, you are doubling the energy expended upon your beach, and quite naturally, that tends towards erosion.
With a brisk breeze and a high tide, it's easy to see that happening. The waves are blown in across the bay from the left, but there are other waves travelling in the opposite direction. They've hit the wall and they're bouncing back. Slowed down, the wave's behaviour is even easier to see. Here, a large wave coming in meets an equally big wave going out. The resulting explosion lifts the sand off the beach below. That's why the waves are brown. The sand in the wave should be protecting the sea wall. Instead, it's being swept away.
If the erosion continues, that sea wall is threatened, and indeed, if that sea wall moved, it would move as a monolithic structure, and it would be almost impossible to repair. So safeguarding the toe of that sea wall is of paramount importance to the authority.
There's no doubt the sand is going. Finding out where is a different matter because tracking sand is far from easy. To the west of the wall, a trench full of fluorescent sand has been dug into the beach, and with Liverpool University, the Wallasey engineers have come up with an ingeniously accurate system for following its movement. These canes mark the points at which samples will be taken. They're set out at carefully measured 50-metre intervals so as to establish a regular grid pattern. Here, the trench is on the left, the sampling points on the right. Then, at regular intervals of time, samples are taken, always the same amount of sand from each point on the grid. It's bagged and dried and taken off to the Department of Civil Engineering in Liverpool University. The sand from each of the collection points is spread out on a board. Then, under ultraviolet light, any fluorescent grains that have been washed along to a collection point show up as little diamonds of light. They're painstakingly counted.
$816.
The number of grains goes against the cross representing the collection point. The pattern that emerges from this sampling shows that the sea gradually shifts the beach sand eastwards. At last, it leaves the sampling area altogether, falls into the deep Crosby Channel, and is swept out to sea. As for the forces that move it along, well, there's an odd-looking pole about 50 yards in front of the wall that may well hold the key to the mystery of just what's happening in these sand-laden waves. For 5 years now, Wallace's engineering team has been arriving every so often at low water to arm the pole and turn it into a data collecting station. Usually, it's a Met Office warning that there's bad weather on the way that sends the team scurrying onto the beach. Sometimes, if that's when low tide is, at 3 and 4 in the morning. Like the pole, the engineers look a touch primitive in their wet weather gear. In fact, they're all highly qualified and part of one of the most advanced pieces of maritime research in the world. The project represents a long-term cooperation between Wallasey Borough Council, Liverpool University, the National Maritime Institute, the Hydraulics Research Station, and the Institute of Oceanographic Sciences. The list alone gives some idea of what a devious, many-headed monster the sea really is.
Okay.
The electronic circuitry will record wave heights, wave velocities, and the height of the tides.
Loaded. Take another 0.
These probes measure the force of the current flowing past them, and each identically machined perforated sphere alone costs £25.
Okay, John.
Fitted with nozzles, these intakes will measure the volume of sand in suspension at different heights above the sea bed. And all this information is fed along a concealed cable to dry land. Eventually, it becomes another mass of data in the Liverpool University's computer. At the eastern end of the King's Parade, over the 1930s Lido, a radar scanner watches the waves in the bay, and their changing patterns are automatically photographed. That, in meters, is the height of a wave 10 miles out, a figure converted into a recorded pulse on a tape and destined to be yet more grist to the computer mill. The computer is at the heart of the decisions the engineers will be making, and it's constantly comparing the theory programmed into it with the facts of the collected data. Without it, no one would be able to unravel the mysteries of waves and tides or predict the outcome of this or that strategy. With the computer, they're getting a clearer understanding of the sea's behavior worldwide. At Wallasey, it may enable them to reverse the erosion of the beach where, despite the groins, the current continues to shift the sand from the western end of the Wirral to the mouth of the Mersey. The current can carry the sand away only because the waves stir it up from the bottom as they charge across the beach. While the grains are in suspension, they can easily be floated away by the strong and complex currents. The plan, then, is to build a rubble wall about 200 yards out that will soak up their energy and leave calm water over the beach area. Then the passing currents can be persuaded to drop the sand they've brought with them. Where Philip Barber wants that to happen is at the foot of the threatened sea wall, but it will be the sea that does the work.
This is the theme of Wirral's sea defence development, to use the energy which is available, both in the tides and the waves, to either spend itself where you want it, and this is why a lot of our defences, new ones, are of shallow slopes.
In fact, Wallasey's coastline has had a sloping defensive seawall for years. This concrete was laid nearly 40 years ago as a temporary measure. But by now it's not much more than a thin skin, and it's being demolished where the sea hasn't done the job already. The drill bit goes through to nothing because the sea has got behind the pie crust surface and scooped the sand out. The answer is a different kind of structure. These concrete T-pieces are part of a new, shallower slope. Fitted together, they make a deep, egg crate-shaped framework. Each box is lined with heavy plastic sheet. On top of the sheeting, a load of gravel. Finally, concrete is poured into the box to form a slab within the frame. On the face of it, just another solid wall, but the slabs aren't bonded to the T-pieces. When the sea presses and sucks at the wall, the slabs can give a little to absorb the wave's energy instead of being smashed by it. The final result, a 3.5-mile structure that bends rather than breaks, absorbs rather than reflects, and deals with the forces of nature like the willow rather than the oak.
The wave detects the shallow slope, which tends to trip it up. It plunges, breaks, and its energy is then shed upslope until it gets tired, and then it runs back down again, so that you absorb all the energy that you have to cope with on the structure in the way that you want to absorb it, not in the way that this seawall reflects it back again onto the beach.
Parts of the coast have some natural protection, and their defences can be less elaborate, but it's only detailed research that's enabled the engineers to construct a wall quite so casual looking.
Well, it's a rip-rap sort of protection. That's its trade name, as it were. Essentially, it's using graded rock as armouring to defences, so that waves spend their energy by rushing in and out of the blocks, and the blocks are designed of sufficient weight to resist any movement by those waves.
It's not the way the Victorians would have done it, but it works and it's relatively cheap. These days, that matters.
Money really is the key to all that gets done. And that's the fun and skill of being involved in engineering.
Douglas Turner is Chief Engineer for Sefton Borough Council, and his patch is the 20 miles from just south of the Ribble to Crosby. It's at Southport that those unwelcome tons of sand hold the sea at arm's length, so that the seaward end of a very long pier stands for much of the time over embarrassingly dry land. Would-be paddlers have a 3-mile plod at low water over a seemingly endless landscape. The contractor's rubble road runs over a beach so flat that there's very little depth and no fast-moving waves to scour it clean. But Douglas Turner hasn't let the need for thrift put him off a grand solution. It does fall very, very slowly indeed, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know how far it is from the actual, say, Marine Drive out to where the sea is now.
We're talking about 3 miles at low water on spring tides, and it doesn't shelve, really, it dips. And this is one of the ways in which we hope that we can, with the university, get some new project going. What we have in mind is that behind us is the horse bank, one of the great sandbanks of the estuary, and what we would like to do that is to build it up a couple of meters, closing southward onto the pier to keep all but the very highest of tides out, and hopefully we can sell the rest to finance the project.
Happily, Southport sand is very high in silica, and it's sold for use in foundries and glass making. The trucks that carry it away look like toys on the huge expanse of the beach, but they're pretty sizable themselves.
We're talking about 30 tons on each truck.
And that's a mere nothing, presumably.
Oh, they do 100 of those a day, sort of thing, and who knows where they've been. We've just been wandering out and seen the little piles. It's just nothing. So when you multiply that millions of times over, that's what we're going to be doing here. I don't imagine that we'll be moving it by trucks. The sort of concept is that we could put an ocean dredger in here with a floating pipeline that would be pumping sand out onto the horse bank, onto the crest that's there, running to form a new profiled beach seaward, and landward for that matter.
The result would be a huge offshore lake, 2 miles long by a mile wide, genuinely part of the sea, but protected from all but the highest waves. The rowers, paddlers, and yachtsmen would love it. But whether it happens comes back to that non-engineering ingredient, money.
One can see the idea of developing an offshore marina by moving the sand. But if we are talking in terms of importing major large-sized rocks from either the North Wales quarries or from the Cumbrian quarries, then we are talking again in terms of millions of pounds, and millions of pounds just aren't going to get spent. If we can use the local material, then we can maybe reduce that by 100 times.
Douglas Turner isn't talking theory. Formby Point, just a few miles south, is being saved from erosion by a combination of applied research and cheap, locally available materials. The threat to the area, though, had a lot of people very worried.
I've seen as much as 15 foot of dunes lost in one tide in that area, and the sand is being washed north and south. So what we want to look at, a lot of money is being spent in the Formby area to make better recreation facilities in the dunes.
And the dunes aren't just for recreation either. They stand between the sea and the fertile, valuable land behind them, which has no other defence against the storms that can lash Liverpool Bay.
The threat is that the dune structure is all that prevents inundation of the sea onto the Lancashire floodplain, which is a very important food-producing region.
The answer, thanks to modern research techniques, was remarkably simple, successful, and cheap.
Well, here you very plainly see how simple brushwood fencing or groins placed on strategic lines very quickly trap blown sand and build up into solid dunes or groins themselves and reform the defences. And that's precisely what we're doing here, stabilising the whole area. And you can see examples all around where the frontal dune structure has got gaps in it. You can see the wattle fencing and the brushwood fencing being made up. And these were something 4'6" above the sand level. And already you can just see 6 inches of the tip of them. And they will get fatter, having grown quickly to the full height. They'll now get fatter and fatter and fatter, trap the sand, and make the dune system secure.
Like Philip Barber's rip-rap sea wall, the fencing is anything but monumental. But today's engineers seem to be informed more by modesty than machismo.
But here, this is a different field of engineering, but it's engineering nonetheless. And a good deal of the good work that will be done rarely will be seen and appreciated by people, but it's there.
Not only is it there, it will have to stay there. Liverpool Bay is notoriously aggressive, and even these minor waves take a lot of stopping. But economic pressures mean defences to stand up to the heaviest sea for the least cost for the longest time.
The cost of sea defences has gone up very much in recent years, and it now becomes a significant burden, especially if looked at on a national scale with the lengths of defended coastline that we have. We're talking on sea walls of unit costs between £2,000 and £3,000 per metre. And when you consider that there are some 690 miles of coastline in the UK which have defences which need maintaining, such costs are clearly going to impose a tremendous burden if they have to be maintained on the national budget.
A smaller purse has meant that the engineers have had to replace indulgence with ingenuity. It's called for all the help that modern technology can give. But the biggest change has come from a better understanding of an unremitting enemy and the realization that you can't beat the sea, you can only persuade it to join you.
Well, I love the motto of the civil engineers. I think it's an inspiring sort of thing, to harness the forces of nature in the service of men.
What is it that attacks railways, oil rigs, roller skates, Rolls Royces, nuclear reactors and rat traps? The answer is rust. Corrosion, which is what this film is all about, is all around us. It's even, as anyone with a duodenal ulcer will tell you, it's even inside us. It's really high time that someone invented stainless steel.
painted stainless steels today and called them stainless steel would be had up under the Trades Description Act, because if you put them in the wrong environment, they will corrode.
You can see here, that's stainless steel. But stress corrosion has broken up all the fine mesh so that it becomes absolutely worthless. People often try to get cures instead of thinking about prevention earlier. I think, in fact, the attitude of industry, a lot of companies, is they think of the corrosion story a bit like we think of the National Health Service. Really, a lot of people, we really have a national disease service in this country because we only go when things go wrong.
Yeah.
And I think corrosion is the same sort of thing. People wait often, longer than they should, before they could take some action.
Corrosion will attack any metal, and metal is at the heart of our civilization. Thank you. Looks in a pretty poor state already, this car, doesn't it, from up above?
Well, it is, but now this is the type of vehicle that can be made to look really good appearance from the outside. The problem is, of course, under here with all these holes.
Yeah, certainly, isn't it? Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
In the job that I do, inspecting cars day in and day out, I find out what the car is, and then I know that where that corrosion and where the problems are going to be with the vehicle, because each vehicle has its own problems in one direction.
When you get a thing like this fracturing across, it hasn't actually rusted all the way through then.
No.
It's a combination of two things, is it?
Yes, various corrosion around that area causes weakness, and this weakness causes fatigue fractures, and something will go. It will be, well, it's hard to say what will go first on here. Either the subframe will collapse here, or the body will collapse around the subframe, or maybe the suspension will go. So it's anybody's guess. It's a real danger on the road, this vehicle.
To most of us, corrosion is the clatter of an exhaust pipe disappearing into the night, or a finger through the rusty wing of our beloved 1953 Morris Minor. All flesh is mortal. It happens sooner or later. Later if you live in the Sahara, sooner if you live near the sea or you do a lot of driving along salt-caked motorways. But corrosion in cars is really only the tip of a rotting iceberg. A small hole that costs a few quid to put right if it happens in a car can cost a loss of precious fluids, a day's production, even a loss of life if it happens in a chemical plant. And what's flowing through these pipes here is a good deal more aggressive than rainwater or even sea spray. So it's hardly surprising then that almost every industrial country in the world is spending more each year to fight corrosion, our own included. Among the world's front runners in corrosion research is the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, UMIST. The Corrosion Protection Centre here has a triple role: to teach, to research, and to provide practical help to industry. The experiments simulate real-life problems. Some of the most primitive-looking produce the most complex results, and the range of work hints at the universal nature of corrosion. Over the years, the centre has collected some awful warnings from the least likely places. Dr. Peter Elliott.
Typical example from the domestic scene, we can see here the effects of prolonged storage from a pickle jar where the concentration of the contents has led to this rather sad appearance after storage in the kitchen or on the shelf in the back of the cupboard that people tend not to look at so often. You can see the problems in the home reflected in industry. Aluminium is very good. If they look in the reference books, say aluminium, water, excellent. So why does aluminium get all the holes from a stirrer used in a small bath? In this case, the water bath was being heated by copper coils. The copper went into solution and precipitated out on the surface and produced the dissimilar metal contact. Small copper area, large aluminium area, active corrosion, holes.
But airliners are made of aluminium, and whoever saw a rusty airliner? In fact, what we notice most about aluminium as compared to steel is that aluminium doesn't seem to corrode. You missed Dr. Robin Proctor.
Metals resist corrosion for two reasons. Either because they are inherently resistant to corrosion, for example, gold, or because they form a corrosion product which prevents further corrosion. Now, if we take the case of carbon steel, in the atmosphere or in seawater, this rusts, and you get a voluminous corrosion product which is not in the least protective. On the other hand, if we alloy that with something above 13% chromium, which gives the stainless steel, we get a completely different corrosion product. We get, formed on the surface of the stainless steel, a very thin oxide layer.
That thin oxide layer is what protects aluminium too, but this nice shiny piece has been painted with a chemical that stops the passive film forming, and it's corroding before your eyes. Before we can understand why metals corrode, we have to take a brief intermission for a basic chemistry course. Basic chemistry course. Lesson 1. An element is a substance that can't be broken down into any other substances, and there are over 100 of them. For instance,
there's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen and rhenium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, americium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, and lanthanum, and osmium, and astatine, and radium, and gold, protactinium, and indium, and gallium, and iodine, and thorium, and thulium, and thallium. These are the only ones of which the news has come to Harvard, and there may be many others, but they haven't been discovered.
Lesson 2. Of those 100+ elements, only half of them are metals. And of those, a very small number are commonly found in day-to-day engineering. Lesson 3. Basically, metals corrode because, apart from gold, they just ain't natural. Metals don't lie there shining in the ground. They're almost all dug out as ore. Iron ore is ferrous oxide. That's iron and oxygen combined, and the oxygen has to be driven out by heating the ore. The end product is the pure metal, but the oxygen in the atmosphere tries to recombine with the iron, and when it does, ferrous oxide forms again. That's the same natural state as the metal started from. In other words, it goes from rust to rust.
And all metals, certainly all metals in common usage, are trying to do this all the time. The only exception is gold, which, as everyone knows, doesn't corrode. That's why we have gold ornaments, why gold ornaments dug out of the ground have lasted for many years.
This plant makes sulfuric acid. It's very aggressive stuff, so gold would seem to be an ideal material for all that piping, except, of course, that it would be a little pricey and structurally a little feeble. At the same time, the wrong metal could go as fast as our corroding aluminium did. So while gold is out, using the right material is all important. Dr. Tony Richardson is a materials engineer for Britain's biggest chemical company.
Yes, I think there are corrosion problems in all industries, you could say. It doesn't matter whether you're building bridges or building ships or offshore structures, or you're building, in my case, chemical plant. There must be a materials input to the problem, because inevitably structures do deteriorate. And given one of the main aims of capital investment, which is to make the optimum use of capital, What we're continually trying to do is to select the right material for the job, and that basically means ensuring safe and reliable operation for the design life of the structure, whatever it be.
This plant has sulfuric acid running through these pipes at a rate of 1,200 tons an hour. It's 98% pure at a temperature of 75 degrees centigrade. Hence the need for the goggles. Hence also the need to know exactly what is happening in this plant in terms of corrosion. Now, fortunately, there are ways of measuring that, and this is typical of the sort of probe that is used under this kind of condition. Inside the end there is a little loop of wire of known resistance. A current's passed through it, and the current coming back is measured, and then the resistance of that wire is compared to the resistance of a similar piece of wire which is well away from the process, so that the rate of corrosion can be relatively fixed. Now, the actual probe which is fixed into this pipe here works on a slightly different principle. At the end are electrodes which measure the tiny electric currents which are produced whenever there is corrosion. Those electric impulses are read off on a host of dials in the control room. The rate of corrosion they show has already been predicted. It's only the unexpected reading that would disturb the productive car. Closing down any plant is an expensive business. UMIS's latest piece of detective work is on a 30-metre length of oil pipe with a suspected corrosion problem from a New World oil field, and its absence from the scene is costing the company something like £30 million a day. But then the oil industry does have special problems. There's an awful lot of metal here to look after, but at least it's relatively easy to get at. Now, this plant is something like, well, something under 100 feet high. But imagine one which was 700 feet high. It's not actually too easy to imagine, but in fact that's taller than the Post Office Tower in London. And now imagine it with 600 feet of it standing in salt water and exposed to gale force winds. Well, that particular corrosion engineer's nightmare is called an oil rig. North Sea oil was hailed by some as the saviour of Britain's economy, but the hostility of the environment has taken the gilt off the gingerbread more than once and has certainly taken most people by surprise. On the 27th of March 1980, the Alexander Keeland, a rig supporting a floating hotel, lost one of its 5 legs in a very moderate gale and toppled over. 123 men lost their lives. It's this kind of structural failure that haunts the rig builders, and one of the prime causes is corrosion. This is a tiny piece of the metal used to build the rigs, mild steel, in a tank of seawater. A dye shows up any dissolved metal. Billions of times bigger, but basically no different, is this North Sea oil rig.
We're not terribly concerned by simple metal loss on a structure. There is severe concern when it happens, but the killer is corrosion fatigue, which leads to perhaps catastrophic failure at a welded joint.
Specialist companies have come into being who install the technology to fight the corrosion nightmare. Brian Wyatt, a director of one of them, knows the problems.
There are a number of problems which are rather particular to the North Sea. Some of the fields have very high producing oil temperatures, some in excess of 100 degrees centigrade, and the pipelines carrying this oil clearly are running hot. The corrosion rate is increased almost proportionally with the increased temperature. There are additional problems with coatings on those pipelines, and there are problems with the anodes that we fit to those pipelines, particularly where they're buried in mud.
The anodes that Brian Wyatt is talking about are what stop these oil rigs dissolving. In practice, They're huge aluminium ingots, up to half a ton in weight, strapped on to the vulnerable legs of the rigs and providing what's called cathodic protection. The natural phenomenon that makes them work is a particular interest to another UMIST scientist, Dr. Vic Ashworth.
Well, quite simply, when corrosion occurs, there are two essential things that go on. First of all, the metal dissolves, clearly, and that's what we understand as corrosion. But to a corrosion scientist, he's aware that there's also a current flowing in the metal from the point of corrosion into the bulk of the metal. So there's always this tiny corrosion current flowing. If you haven't got the current, you haven't got corrosion. And if you have got the current, then you have got corrosion. Yeah. And what we're trying to do in cathodic protection is to back off that current so that you have no current, therefore you have no corrosion.
What are these bits that are actually hanging down into the water? What do they represent?
Well, this is a piece of mild steel, or at least down the bottom we have a piece of mild steel, which represents our oil production platform. This electrode here is a piece of platinum, and it's our means of getting our current into our piece of steel. On an oil production platform, that would be referred to as the anode, and you can see at the moment that with our current passing between this anode to our structure, we don't have any blue developed, so there's no corrosion, but we do have some gas coming off the electrode.
So does that mean that the situation you've got now is the one that the man who owns an oil rig is keen to see?
Oh, certainly. That's exactly what he wants.
Yeah. So at the moment, you're putting a current through which is opposing the natural flow of current that you get with corrosion.
That's exactly right, yes.
And what you're going to do now is actually to give a bit of a boost to the natural flow of current in corrosion. So we should see that.
Just simply by reversing the current, and let's see if that happens now.
So what we're seeing there is actually steel dissolving in salt water.
That's right. That's right, yes. And that is going on all the time when steel is in salt water, if it's not protected.
On a North Sea oil rig, a generator would provide the protective current. It's called the impressed current system. Another technique uses the natural corrosion current to stop corrosion. This piece of steel isn't protected at all, and you can see the rust on the bottom. But an identical piece in the same tank is defended by what's called a sacrificial anode. In this case, it's a piece of aluminium corroding in seawater, and it's connected to the steel plate as would happen on an oil rig. The current from the corroding aluminium blocks the current that's trying to flow in the steel, and even though the mild steel is in salt water, it doesn't rust at all.
Well, with cathodic protection and the right design, we can virtually assure that 15 to 25-year life. Without effective cathodic protection, even partially ineffective cathodic protection, we may be in a situation where in 2 to 5 years there are severe problems with the structure. Another one of the problems is that the cost of rectifying a defective cathodic protection system can be astronomical, talking about major deep diving activity, for instance, and whereas a cathodic protection system on a fixed offshore structure may cost £1 million to install in the yard, you may be talking £30 million offshore.
The message for the oil industry is get the science right and use it properly, because once a rig is in the North Sea, it's almost out of reach. Another futuristic piece of UMIST research concerns the same sort of problem, but on a very different scale. What you're watching here is an artificial hip joint implantation. The new joint is made of metal, and like the North Sea rigs, once it's in its environment, it may be subject to unexpected corrosion, and retrieving it is highly undesirable. This sort of new technology is calling for an entirely new approach. This is an isotope separator owned by Salford University, with whom UMIST is cooperating in the search for hitherto impossible metal alloys. This, for instance, is steel with chromium dissolved in it to make the alloy we call stainless steel. This is copper with tin dissolved in it to make the alloy bronze. But some metals, however desirable their combined qualities might be, just can't be dissolved together. Tantalum, for instance, won't dissolve in iron. It's the same here. Sugar dissolves easily in water. Sand will never dissolve in water. You could only get a sand solution by planting individual atoms of sand in the water, which sounds impossible. Basically, though, it's what the combined UMIST and Salford teams are trying to do with metals. Dr. Bill Grant heads research into iron implantation at Salford University.
That's right. Well, the first thing then that you need to do is to take the material that you want to make as an iron beam and get it into the form of atoms. And then, if you can take from that atom just one electron, then you have yourself a positively charged ion. And that positively charged ion, if placed in an electric field, can be accelerated. Yeah. So the process is simply one of getting an atom, removing an electron, a positive ion, putting it in an electric field, which accelerates it. And this then gives you a beam of charged ions, or a beam of particles, which you can direct towards the target that you're interested in.
A cylinder is filled with vaporized tantalum. A wire runs inside the cylinder and 40,000 volts is pushed through it. This excites the tantalum particles so that their atoms lose an electron and become those positively charged ions. They hurtle out of a slit as a stream of particles into a vacuum tube. Above and below the tube are very large magnets.
A mixture of particles, or ions, pass into the magnetic field. But then they're all bent, and the degree to which they are bent depends essentially on their mass. So the heavier ones are bent to a certain degree, and the lighter ones to another degree. The magnet is used for purification, to separate out the ones you're not interested in, and it also helps to direct the beam and focus it, bring it to a nice sharp position on the target. You can envisage what's happening as just billiard ball effects. But if you imagine the target to be a set of billiard balls and the ion another billiard ball, it simply penetrates, scatters about, knocks some of the target atoms around, and eventually comes to a halt. Now, in a metal, this ion, which needs an electron, will normally pick up an electron from the metal. And so it resides eventually within the target as a neutral atom.
So in our hip joint, the tantalum will have been fixed, dissolved as it were in the stainless steel, creating an alloy with perhaps better wearing and corrosion-resistant properties. A miraculous alloy that in theory can't exist. Today at UMIST, the research work is taking them deeper and deeper into the details of just how corrosion behaves in the quest for the total understanding that will allow them to face up to industry's challenge as new technologies, new materials, new applications bring new problems of corrosion. 2 weeks before Christmas, but here the temperature is in the 80s and the humidity is about 90%, so it's not very pleasant for human beings, but it is ideally suited to these creatures, leaf-cutting ants. The trouble is that where they thrive, crops don't. The ants devastate the foodstuffs that are planted by man for himself or his domestic animals so that the poor farmers of the West Indies can simply go to the wall, and the cattle ranchers of South America are robbed of hundreds of thousands of acres of valuable grazing land. But in fact, these ants are neither in the West Indies nor in South America. They're in a hut on the roof of the University College of North Wales at Bangor, and they're being studied by Dr. Malcolm Cherrett and others of the Department of Applied Zoology.
Here you've got an animal that is a pest of forestry, it's a pest of horticulture, it's a pest of agriculture. People find it a problem in pastures, and the nests even occasionally produce structural problems by undermining roads and houses. So it's very wide in the range of damage it does. And it's been estimated to cost something like $1,000 million US a year, which would put it in the same sort of league as locusts. There's two main genera, two main groups of ants that you could really call leaf-cutting. One is the genus Atta, the other is the genus Acromyrmex. And then within these two genera, there's about 30 species causing damage. And these are widely spread from the southern United States right through Central America and through a good deal of South America, with the exception of Chile, right down to northern Argentina.
They swarm from hidden nests to devour the citrus fruits of the West Indies. In the jungles of South America, they destroy the manioc, a basic food for the Amerindians. Cocoa plantations are wiped out. Further south, other species steal the grass from under the cattle's noses, and their huge nests undermine the ground so much that horses, even Land Rovers, can fall into them. And even trees aren't safe from these immensely adaptable creatures' jaws.
In forestry situations, you can chop down the initial forest, harvest it, and then you put lots of young trees in. Well, you've got these very big nests which can survive the chopping down process quite well because they're so deep underground. And if you've got 4 or 5 big nests, the forest has been cleared, there's been nothing for them to feed on, and then you walk in and put 2 or 3 nice little trees and plant them in as saplings. Well, the ants enjoy this.
What's so remarkable is that an insect only half an inch long can cut its way through leaf and stem, however tough they may be.
The method of cutting out the leaf pieces is quite interesting because they use their jaws rather like an old-fashioned tin opener. They push one jaw through the leaf, or at least keep it on the underside of the leaf. They leave the other jaw on the upper surface of the leaf, and then they rock their head backwards and forwards in just the same way that those old-fashioned tin openers, you may remember, worked. Now, as they stand on the leaf and cut in a semicircle around themselves, this produces 2 effects. Firstly, of course, they've got to be careful not to cut themselves completely off and fall down. And as they come to the end of the cut, they usually put a leg or 2 onto the main part of the leaf so that they can cut the piece free. The second consequence of this is that the animals in general cut a piece of leaf which is comparable with their size. They use their legs rather like a pair of compasses. So the big ants reach further and cut larger semicircles than do small ants. There's usually, it's thought, only 1 queen per nest. Although when you see the size of the nests and you appreciate that an individual nest can perhaps have 3 or 4 million workers, this is an amazing reproductive feat for 1 queen. Then there are soldiers, very large workers that specialize in nest defense. Then you get a series of sizes of workers moving down from the big soldiers down to very small minims. And they do different jobs in the nest, basically.
Now, they're leaf-cutting ants, we know, but why do they cut leaves?
Well, this was originally a tremendous mystery, and people in South America had seen these troops of leaf-cutting ants carrying leaves back to the nest. It was originally thought they used them for thatching the nest inside. People, again, thought that they ate the leaves. But it was Thomas Belt in 1874, one of the great Victorian naturalists, who stumbled on the real solution. And it seems that they use the leaves, chew them up, and use the material as a compost on which they grow a fungus. And the fungus is the main thing they eat. Although recently we've established that they do suck a good deal of sap out of the plants during the process of cutting the leaves and of chewing it up for the fungus to grow on.
So they're really a kind of gardener?
Yes, indeed. In fact, this particular fungus is not known anywhere else except in leaf-cutting ant nests. And so, as it occurs only in these nests, there's considerable problems for the ants to move the fungus every time a new nest is founded.
The ants' gardens in the ground are matched to the needs of each particular species.
It's very variable in size and shape, depending upon the species. So that some, the Acromyrmex we were talking about, only build little nests, perhaps a square metre or so in extent. Other nests, the big atta species, will build a nest 250 square metres in surface area, perhaps 5 metres deep.
The size is overwhelming. This city centre restaurant will seat over 100 people, and with a 15-foot ceiling, it's a very big room. It's half the size of a big atta nest. Within the nest are up to 1,000 linked chambers, some big enough for a man to sit in. And within those mostly football-sized chambers are the ants' spongy gardens. Elaborately built, the insects even seem to have installed air conditioning.
There's got to be some air circulation. And again, they've got a problem because they want the air to go through the nest, but they don't want water to go through the nest. And if you think of it, it's not easy digging a nest perhaps 4 or 5 metres deep in an area liable to flooding, because this could be instant death. And so the chambers in which the fungus garden is kept, it appears, although the tunnel normally enters from the base, this means that if it floods with water, you get an airlock, like a diver's air bell. And so, at least for a while, the chamber is kept free of water. That, of course, makes air circulation even more difficult. But it's thought that the activity of the fungus garden produces heat. Possibly all the rubbish that they throw down into these special pits in the bottom, and goodness knows there's no reason why they should do that, that probably produces heat too. And so it's suggested that the cold air enters from the edge of the nest, possibly falls down the edge tunnels, becomes heated up in the fungus gardens and in the waste chambers, and then perhaps comes up through the central part of the nest as hotter air, which then convects out.
In captivity, the route to the refuse dump lies along a piece of nylon cord. The rubbish that the ants are discarding is for the most part pieces of their sponge-like garden that have served their purpose. Spent mushroom compost, in fact. And this careful maintenance of the nest's basic food supply is just another example of the fantastic organisation that benefits both the ants and the tiny plants they live on.
Yes, this is the extraordinary thing about leaf-cutting ants, is the symbiosis, the relationship that has evolved between an insect and a plant, a fungus. This is a quite extraordinary piece of co-evolved behaviour. And these two very separate organisms, a fungus and an insect, have evolved to make use of each other. The ants will lick over the surface of the leaf, lick all the waxes off. They'll chew the leaf up. They will, in chewing it up, get rid of a lot of the chemical defences. And also, in licking over the surface, they will decontaminate the leaf. So from the fungus's point of view, it's got it made. It's got a tame ant which feeds it food prepared in almost the ideal way. From the other point of view, the ant seems to have got a lot of advantages too, because it's employing a fungus which probably is able to destroy quite a lot of the plant's defense mechanisms against insects. The fungus seems to be able to digest a lot of elements in the plant which the insect itself couldn't, and succeeds in turning a good deal of this into protein, so that the fungus is a protein-rich diet for the ant to develop on. And so the upshot of these two organisms is, if you like, an unholy alliance between an ant and a fungus, in which the ant gets the advantage of being able to use a lot of plant species where otherwise it might only be able to use one or two, and the fungus has the same advantage the other way around. But by this cooperation, they've managed to, both of them, exploit a very wide range of plants, and this is what makes them such bad pests.
How does the ant feed on the fungus? Does it just chop them off and eat them like we eat mushrooms, or is there a different process?
No, well, the fungus has got a problem, because if it made itself too delicious, it would presumably be completely eaten, and that would be the end of it. If, on the other hand, it tried to defend itself from being completely eaten by the ant would throw it out as no use. So, from the fungus's point of view, it has got a rather awkward tightrope to walk between allowing the ant to eat enough of it, in inverted commas, for the ant to continue to culture it, but on the other hand, not being totally eaten. And the result of this is that the fungus produces special bodies, special hyphae, special parts of the fungus that are inflated, filled with fats and various things, which the ants crop and eat.
Unlikely as it may seem, these ants, gardeners, nurses, soldiers, architects, waste disposal operatives, are all female. Males are only created to help establish a new nest, and the key to this genetic engineering is the ant's completely tyrannical queen.
What we have here is a leaf-cutting ant queen, and as you can see, she's a fairly dramatic animal. She's an extremely large insect, but she has to be, because a queen like this can live for perhaps 21 years, and she has to provide all the eggs for the whole colony. Notice that this is a virgin queen. She's still got her wings on. She would normally lose these once she's been on a mating flight and has mated. Notice her large abdomen here, swollen with fat reserves to make eggs. Here you've got her thorax. Here you've got the head with a pair of quite powerful mandibles at the front, and inside there is the infrabuccal pocket, where she keeps fungal hyphae, which she subsequently will regurgitate as the beginning of her new fungus garden. The old nest produces winged male and female sexuals once a year, and these go on a mating flight, which can go very high up into the air, several hundred feet. We think that the males and females mate in mid-air in most cases, certainly in the case of the genus Atta. And it's also thought that each queen mates with 4 or 5 males. She probably needs this, because if she's going to live, and some of these queens do live for 20 years, and she's got to service a nest with 4 million individuals in it, you can imagine that requires a lot of sperm. And certainly the amount of sperm that a queen has within her when she lands is would require about 3 or 4 males to provide. So that once she's landed and is fully impregnated, she then begins to dig a hole all by herself. So these ants found the nest alone. The queens found the nest alone.
And the queen brings with her not only the future population, but the basis of their fungus garden too. She feeds over the days before the flight on her usual liquid diet, and the solids, as always, are filtered off. But this time they're not dropped on the floor of the nest. They're stored in that little pouch beneath her jaws, the infrabuccal pocket.
Now, normally, the contents of this pouch are simply spat out and then thrown in among all the rest of the rubbish. But the queen, when she starts her new nest, spits out this little pellet, and it contains enough small pieces of the original fungus garden to be viable. And then she regurgitates a little pellet, starts laying eggs, chews up the eggs, puts quite a lot of these initial eggs onto the fungus garden, and it begins to grow and feed on the chewed up eggs and on her feces, which she produces, her waste products. As the fungus garden begins to grow, so more and more of the eggs she lays begin to develop and are not chewed up. And then after a few weeks, these hatch out to produce the first workers. And from that point onwards, she increasingly becomes an egg-laying machine, and the workers take over the whole business of running the nest.
But it's believed the queen controls the ant society. What role larvae like this will play when they emerge from the later pupal stage into their final adult form will probably be determined by what they're fed on. And it's likely that the queen gives instructions on how they're to be fed by passing on pheromones, chemical messages. Then, once a year, male and sexual females are created. These giant winged females are carefully fed and tended by the other castes, ready for the day when they and the short-lived males will swarm into the air together. There's no sentiment, no affection in an ant's nest, only mechanical relationships aimed at survival. Does that make them an invincible enemy?
They're not too difficult to wipe out if you've got the right chemicals there at the right time. In practice, they're very difficult because of their tremendous powers of reproduction. So that although you can kill an individual nest, well, fairly easily, I wouldn't say it's all that easy, you just have to keep on doing it. That's the trouble. In fact, the whole history of leaf-cutting ant control is almost a sort of chapter of desperation. As every new thing has appeared, people have tried it. So that every insecticide that's ever been produced has been pumped down leaf-cutting ant nests at one time or another. Initially, people, the Amerindians, used to use what they call puddling. This was diverting a stream of water onto the surface of the nest, or even just taking barrels of water and pouring it on, and then organising a party on top. And everyone used to dance, and the whole party ended in a great sea of mud, and it was hoped that the structure of the nest was destroyed in this way. This is certainly the most interesting and fun method of controlling leaf-cutting ants, but not, I think, perhaps the most efficient. Another system that used to be very commonly used was gunpowder. This again produced a very satisfying method of controlling leaf-cutting ants, and the effects were quite spectacular, but not particularly successful, because the nests can be very big and irregularly shaped, and so you can blow bits of them up and other bits survive quite well. Then people have tried gases, pumping gases down. Almost all insecticides, as they came in, were formulated as dusts and as liquids, and these have been pumped down as dusts or blown down as liquids. And the technique that's been used most recently, and is now really becoming the most important technique, is the use of poison baits. This has got the advantage that you can try and formulate the bait in a very precise way, so that, if possible, only leaf-cutting ants will take it and nothing else. You can use small quantities of insecticide, because the ants are collecting poison bait from all over the place and concentrating it in their own nest just where you want it. And finally, of course, you don't have to find the nest. If you're suffering damage, you can put the bait down where the damage is, and the ants will find the bait and take it back home. It's very difficult to make a bait completely specific, but there are all sorts of dodges. I've just recently had a student working on the possibility of leaving the bait in polythene bags, sealing the polythene bags, and then putting the bags down on the leaf-cutting ant trails. Leaf-cutting ants, it seems, can smell the bait through the polythene bag, and they cut the bags open and take the bait away. Well, most other insects don't bother to open polythene bags and take their own food out, and so this, again, makes it reasonably specific.
What sort of foods do you use?
The most commonly used base for leaf-cutting ant baits now is dried citrus pulp. This is the waste from the citrus canning industry. And they seem to like this a lot, particularly when it's been cooked. That's the main one, but we're looking at all sorts of more sophisticated methods, seeing whether in these days of plastics it won't be possible perhaps to make an entirely synthetic bait, which has got in the necessary food attractants, possibly the necessary pheromones, the chemical messengers that the ants produce, and the necessary toxicants to make a very specific bait over which you've got a lot of control in the manufacturing process.
Past research and present knowledge is already being applied to destroy these pests, but the ants still keep plenty of secrets to themselves. The work at Bangor aims to refine our understanding in the hope of greater success in the future.
I think almost every piece of work we do reveals a whole series more questions, and so you always get the impression that you're just turning up more and more questions than you're ever answering. But we obviously do take the opportunity, when we've got the ants here in culture, to use money from other sources, from pure research sources, to do additional work on them. And we've been looking at the animals' biology, their relationship with the fungus, some of their pheromone trails that they lay, and so on. So there's a whole series of pure research that we've been doing.
This isn't an attempt to teach ants to read. They ignore the discs numbered 1 and go for the number 2s because these discs have been treated with a chemical attractant. Their instinct fools the ants into seeing these useless bits of paper as just what the colony needs. The same technique can persuade them to take home poisoned bait, which ideally would kill off the queen. But is it really finding its target?
One of the areas we're looking at is the general economy of leaf-cutting ant colonies. Because one of the problems you've got in practice is that you can give a bait to a leaf-cutting ant nest. They'll take the bait in, and a small proportion of the nest will be killed, perhaps only a quarter. The rest will continue to live, and if the queen's there, then the whole nest can continue to grow quite happily after an initial setback. So we're looking at the whole pattern of the movement of materials and chemicals and food through the nest. What are the pathways? How much goes through the fungus garden? How much do the animals regurgitate and feed to their nest mates? What proportion goes to the offspring? And we're doing a lot of this using radio tracers. And hopefully, again, this sort of information will allow us to plan the best and most direct route for a poison to the queen.
Another of the ant's chemical messengers guides the foragers to a source of food. But here, its man-made equivalent is leading an ant in unproductive circles. This, too, might be applied more practically.
People have sometimes said you might be able to use this to divert them from their trail into some other area where you could kill them, but that's very much a long shot. We have, however, found that that scent trail material also attracts the ants to any substance that you put it on. And so we have been including it in baits to try and increase the amount of pickup of the baits.
To an ant, scents are all important. This ant is from a different colony and has lived on different food. As a result, it smells different and it's torn to pieces. Bad news for the ant, but for man it offers another hope for the future.
Well, whether this could be used, I don't know, but of course it would be very nice to think that you could put a particular smell of a foreign colony into a nest, or you could spray some of the workers, and when they went home, they simply then were chopped up by the people already living there. But that, again, is another long shot, but you never know.
In the war against the ants, man's own determination to survive is stretched to the limit. He's faced with a supremely organised enemy for whom Dr. Cherrett has a kind of grudging admiration. They sound, on the face of it, at least as clever as we are, don't they? I mean, do you have any regard for their intelligence?
I've great regard for the incredible behaviour that they've evolved, and I've great regard for the evolutionary forces that have linked an ant and a fungus in the way that they have, and that have linked the lifestyle of the ant to the surroundings in which it finds itself. That is a miraculous piece of evolutionary force. As far as the individual intelligence, I think the ants have got very little room for manoeuvre. And if you once take them outside the setting of the nest, then they can do some very stupid things.
The good news, then, is that the ants can be outwitted, that they can't evolve countermeasures fast enough to save themselves. The bad news is that when there are millions of nests, when each nest can turn out dozens of queens a year, when each queen might lay 4 million eggs, they have the sheer weight of numbers on their side. But the ants' best defense is that they hit the subsistence farmers hardest. Western society might invest more in their destruction if they ever turn their attention to our roses. Don't you think it's very odd? The first sign of spring after the horrors of winter, and what do? Take a big sniff at it. Now, why should we do that? Because we don't find our way around the world with our noses, although there are plenty of animals that do. Besides, if you ask people which of the 5 senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, they'd most willingly do without, they'll almost certainly say smell. And that's quite reasonable. I mean, if we really want to find a smell, we can get one of the lower animals to do it for us. You can kid a dog to chase an incredibly faint smell uphill and down dale all day long, whether it's an aniseed trail or a criminal on the run.
Sasha, come!
But it does seem that smell plays a much bigger part in our lives than we ever suspect, and it's certainly true that following a trail is just one tiny part of the animal kingdom's repertoire. Now, Dr. Michael Stoddart is a zoologist from London University. He quite frequently pops along to London Zoo because he's especially interested in the way that animals use their noses. I suppose these creatures are smelling danger and they must be smelling food, but what's the sort of span of possibilities for smell? What do animals do with it?
Well, they do just about everything that you could possibly imagine. You say they smell danger. Yes, they smell predators when there are predators on the horizon. They smell food, but they also go around marking their territories, and they have to smell who has marked a territory. Is it safe to cross? Should they enter? Should they keep out? They themselves have to make their marks around their territory to inform everybody else that they're owning the area. They actually use the sense of smell really for every aspect of their lives. If they're frightened, this comes out in their sense of smell, in the secretions that come out through their body surfaces. If they're happy, this comes out too. In fact, their lives really are centered around smell in exactly the same way that our lives are centered around our eyes. All animals have got the ability to recognize various chemicals in their environment. Even a little amoeba in the foot of the canal down there is recognizing what's good and what's bad. Gradually, as animals came out on dry land, the problem was one of picking up chemicals through the open air. And the sense of smell really can be traced right back, in fact, to the single-celled amoeba.
For the evolving animals, communication became all important as soon as male had to find female so that the species could reproduce. And with neither sight nor hearing, the answer had to be a chemical, released by one partner and detected by the other. In other words, smell. But what sort of process has it become?
Well, it's actually a physical process of little particles of smell, rather like grains of salt, if you like, but tiny, tiny particles of smell being drawn up into the nose and then hitting sensitive cells right up in the very, very uppermost part of the nose. In us, it's right up here, the bridge of the nose, about 5 or 6 millimeters beneath the surface.
For any individual smell molecule, there's a long, long trail of winding through the nostrils, up the channels formed by the odd bulges in the inner nose, until at last it comes to a tiny patch of very special cells about half the size of your fingernail. It's called the olfactory epithelium. No one quite knows how these cells work, but from their tips, whip-like cilia extend into the moist layer on the surface. The molecule's arrival triggers off a signal in the nerve that's transmitted straight back to an ancient part of the brain that deals with emotion as well as smell.
What we're dealing with in the sense of smell is actually a forward projection of the brain sticking out into the environment. That's what's going on up here at the top of your nose. And each one of these molecules in some way triggers a specific response from this little patch of tissue right at the top of your nose. Exactly how it does that, we're not sure, but they've got this specific ability to be able to ring a little bell somewhere in your mind to say, yes, that's vinegar, rather than, say, bad egg or any other smell which you're very familiar with.
Our technique is to sniff in the air and with it the smell. But the snake actually reaches out and grabs it.
Snakes have a very good sense of smell, and furthermore, they use the secondary nose, the little organ which lies in the roof of the mouth. They use that extensively, and of course the forked tongue actually plugs into this little organ inside the roof of the mouth. So when the snake shoots out its forked tongue, it is in fact sampling the smell of the air all around it and passing that information up into the special organ in the roof of the mouth. Fish actually have got very, very remarkable senses of smell. The Pacific salmon is able to navigate right the way up the rivers of North America using their noses, and they come back to the very particular site where they themselves were born, and they use their noses to plot this whole course.
So animals use their noses to collect all kinds of information. But sometimes they're not just informed by smells, they're actually switched on, controlled by them. And smells like that are called pheromones. Butterflies and moths have elaborate antennae designed to filter the molecules of smell out of the air. And what's more, the male butterfly also releases a scent that, faint as it is, automatically brings the females to him from as far as 3 miles away. This black antelope produces a pheromone too, but it has a different function. He seems to be the only male in the herd, but in fact there are others who don't develop sexually because it's believed of a pheromone produced by the leader. In other words, he's suppressing his rivals by something akin to chemical warfare.
we go to no end of trouble and time and expense. Expense is not the least of it in removing our own odour, but we don't leave it there, do we? The significant thing is we remove our own smell and then we replace it with something else, and I think that indicates the very significant role that the sense of smell has played in our evolutionary past. In the lower animals, particularly in the mammals, we find that every aspect of their lives is related around the sense of smell. We've still got that basically inside us. So when we have removed what we consider to be offensive smell, we replace it with something which isn't offensive, something which smells of flowers or of gums and resins from trees, all this sort of thing.
There's nothing new about perfumes, nor is it surprising that so many of them are parcelled up in hints of Eastern promise. 4,000 years ago, the ancient Egyptians were into perfume in a big way.
They use perfume in every aspect of their lives, in their daily life, as well as after death. And they believed that the gods also loved perfume, so it really permeated the whole of their thinking and their society. And in the temples, there are scenes of offerings of perfume being made to the gods. So we know that it does go throughout every level of society. It gave the dead person this very pleasant smell, perfume, which had been available to them in life. But it also had a religious significance. It restored to the body, they believed, the essence, the water, which was in the body when they were alive. They were literally believed to be the tears of the god, the essence of the god, and the perfume was therefore restoring this to the dead person. So it really is on these two levels.
The pharaohs based their perfumes on herbs, resins, mostly plant products. Later perfumers, although not all that much later, started to add animal products to give what's called an animal note. Very often, they were substances from the animal's sexual scent glands. So, there was ambergris from the sperm whale. Musk, for which the musk deer was almost hunted to extinction. And civet, which took its name from this mongoose-like animal.
Now, the intriguing thing about all the major well-known perfumes on the market is that the secret of their really seductive attraction, at the heart lie materials called the animal notes, particularly materials like musk. Materials which we know clearly play the role of active sexual attractant pheromones in lower animals. So if we take a classical animal product like civet, for example, which I have here on this smelling strip, and if you smell it, it really is a very pungent, fierce animal odour, redolent perhaps of the animal house or the lion house in the zoo. And part of the enigma here might be to ask why such really quite unpleasant smelling materials are actually added to perfumes. And clearly, of itself, it doesn't appear to be attractive. But if we actually look at the concentrations of such like materials which are actually added to the beautiful flower oils, we find they are there at very low levels. And what we think is happening with the perfume is that we appreciate it on two levels.
I love you, Sue. Sue.
The really important biological message is coming through underneath, as it were, underneath the cloak of the beautiful flower smell, and is stimulating the appropriate olfactory receptors, which can be quite legitimately regarded as part of certainly a putative pheromone system. But what people often regard as the magical attraction of that wonderful diffusive aroma which you smell across in the wake of a beautiful woman passing by with a beautiful perfume, that really magical animal note is happening almost at a subliminal level.
The little swine. Haven't you got eyes in your head? Look, look. Oh, Sue.
And the real truth perhaps is that we can't quite face up so directly to the important smell message coming through in the way that animals do. We have our culture to superimpose our rituals on top of that. But at the heart of the perfume, nevertheless, are these animal notes, which, regardless of the family of perfume, there is no major perfume on the market that does not have a musk or ambergris or civet or some other animal note. You cannot make a really attractive perfume without these materials.
But in recent years, a new additive has come along, which is derived from an animal rather less exotic than either the sperm whale or the musk deer. It's the pig.
The pig is one of the species of mammals we know most about with respect to the use of the sense of smell in courtship and in reproduction. And in fact, when the male pig becomes mature, it starts to produce a rather acrid-smelling substance in its saliva, which causes the female pig, when she's on heat, to adopt the mating posture, to go absolutely rigid. And in fact, this substance is produced in the foamy saliva that you can see at the time of mating in pigs. The male chomps the jaws and produces a thick white foam. And the female responds to the smell of that, really like a fly to butter.
Would she respond to that chemical if the boar wasn't there?
Yes, she would. And that substance is now marketed, in fact, commercially in an aerosol spray for pig breeders to be able to detect which of the sows are ready for mating. You can just spray this onto the noses of the sows, and those that are ready for mating adopt this rigid posture, the mating stance. So the boar doesn't, in fact, need to be there at all, just his smell.
Well, this is the stuff that Dr. Stoddard was talking about. It's a pheromone called androstenone. And as it happens, this is exactly the same stuff, although it's in a rather different packaging. This is bought by pig breeders at about £3.50, and this is bought for about £11 by, how shall I put it, amorous fellas. So what's the connection? Well, it turns out the chemist discovered that androstenone occurs not just in the boar's saliva, but also in human male sweat. So, the pig breeders, come on, Florrie, who buy this, know that it will affect the sow's sexual behaviour. And the fellas who buy this just hope that it will affect women's sexual behaviour. And certainly, the advertising that accompanied its launch onto the market gave grounds for optimism.
Irresistible androstenone. The vital power that drives a woman to a man. Now it's in a can. See what the press had to say about the spray. In the sun, in Nave, in the mirror. Androstenone, the sweet smell of success.
Well, you see what I mean. Now, obviously, George Dodd, as a chemist and perfumer, was very interested to know whether smells could affect human behaviour. But the great barrier to that is that it's notoriously difficult to measure emotions. So he turned for help in setting up some experiments to a psychologist at Warwick University, Dr. Steve Van Toller.
At the moment, we try to run what we call psychophysiological experiments, where we're recording minute changes in skin conductance with rating. We have to have our subjects rating the smell. We have to have them judging it. We have to know what threshold they're working at. So we've got to sort of encompass 2 or 3 fields within psychology to make any sense of our data.
Part of the data they're collecting is a record of people's response to smells. Electrodes fastened to the fingers measure the amount of moisture in the skin. When the nose detects a smell, the moisture level increases, and that's recorded on a moving chart. So they can see how faint a scent will get a reaction and whether there's an unconscious reaction. They tested androstenone. So does Dr. Van Toller believe the advertising claims are justified?
I think not. I don't think it is a claim. We have, on one hand, the contradiction that half the population can't smell it, and men and women. And of the remaining half, a quarter of them are going to find it unpleasant. So you have an odd compound here that you're spraying on to attract all the girls, where so many of them won't be able to detect it, or they'll find it positively unpleasant. I think the phenomena is that if someone puts on a compound that they think is going to pull the girls, they're going to behave in a way which will pull the girls, and it will happen just like that. I mean, last week on television, there was a hypnotist who told a woman to put on a pair of spectacles. You see all the men naked in the audience, and from her reaction, I suspect she did, but it didn't make the men in the audience naked. She just thought they were. Yeah. And I think this is the problem.
Or maybe that's just one of the problems, because the difficult thing about smells is that they're almost impossible to measure. I mean, I can tell you how much light is falling on me by just using one of these meters. That meter over there is telling you how much energy there is in my voice as I speak. I can tell you how hot it is in this laboratory just by using a thermometer. I can tell you how big the laboratory is by using a ruler. What I can't do is to pass on any accurate information about the way it smells, because I can't put any numbers to the smell. I can't measure it.
The sense of smell is at this pre-Newtonian stage, whereas once Newton came along, he could then describe colours objectively. Before Newton, green was grass, blue was sky, red was blood, and that was the descriptions people used. Once Newton came along, he showed that white light could be fragmented into the various colour components. Then there was an objective definition. In the sense of smell, we've not got beyond the sort of concrete stage. A smell is like fish, a smell is like a rose, a smell is like cut grass. We haven't yet come up with these scientific definitions.
But the research unit's approach is already questioning many of the assumptions about smell. This bizarre experiment is testing the belief that the two nostrils give a stereoscopic smell, so that we can tell where a scent is coming from, just as we can tell where a noise is coming from.
You've just received a note. Could you tell me whether it came in the left or the right nostril?
The left.
Left nostril, thank you.
But cut off sight and sound, separate the two nostrils, and it seems we can't even tell which of the two is getting the message.
Can you tell me whether it came in the left or the right nostril?
I think it was the right.
The right, thank you.
But the science of smell has taken a great leap forward in recent years with the continuing development of machines like this. It's a gas chromatography mass spectrometer, and it has the ability to break down substances into their tiniest chemical components. And having broken them down, it identifies them for you. It can tell you what the molecules are that are in those substances. Now, it just so happens that smells are molecules, very small particles of matter drifting about on the air. But how small is very small?
Well, the scale here is, perhaps just in a general sense, small. Now, let me tell you what small means. Let's take something we all know about. Let's take a typical dog, which might perhaps be a metre in length, something like that. Imagine, say, a flea growing in the dog. That would be about 1,000th of the size, about a millimetre. We've gone down by a factor of 1,000. Yeah. And if we now looked at, say, a bacterium actually growing on the flea, that would be down 1,000-fold again. But to see the bacterium, of course, we'd have to use an electron microscope. Now, if we looked at a typical smelly molecule inside a bacterium, that would be going down yet 1,000 times again. And we cannot even see those type of molecules properly by an electron microscope. So they are beyond the resources of our ability to see them even. So we're going from a dog to a flea to a bacterium down to a molecule, and a factor of 1,000 each time. So inconceivably small.
Smells, then, are invisible. Our noses seem to be able to detect them when even this machinery can't. And they plug straight into the part of the brain that looks after emotions. So it's hardly surprising that they've been recruited by the world of commerce.
And certainly the perfumery manufacturers are paying attention to the role of smell in packaging and in marketing, which is a relatively innocent area. There have been many classic marketing research experiments in which you take items like packaged shirts, for example. You divide them into two halves, and you lightly spray one sample with a light mustard, for example, mix the shirts up and give them to a panel to choose. And invariably, they will show a preference for the shirts which have been perfumed. It won't be 100%, but on average, they will prefer those. And when you ask them why, then, of course, in that situation, as in so many other situations, you don't expect an olfactory cue. And in our society, we're not normally aware, even you wouldn't go hunting for it. So you'll rationalize your preference. You'll say, well, it's a better cut, you know, it's clearly a better fabric, it's a better shape, it looks a more expensive shirt. And you rationalize your choice.
There are lots of theories about smell. There's even more folklore, but there are precious few tried and tested scientific facts. Mind you, it's early days yet. But already there is some evidence to make us believe that we are influenced by smell more than we think, and perhaps without our knowing it. And if that were not so, then why do all the most successful perfumes have to contain an animal product that smells so awful that if we could consciously detect it, then we wouldn't buy that perfume at all in the first place? No, we are almost certainly being led by our noses. And bearing in mind the uses to which other discoveries about our psychology have been put, remembering sensory deprivation and the way that you can condition people's minds by not letting them sleep, it's perhaps something we ought to be wary of.
I'm always reminded when I'm asked such questions about Arthur Koestler's unfortunate phrase that the scientist is very much like the hungry hound under the warlord's table, because almost any scientific piece of work, of course, can be exploited for purposes we might not wish. And clearly, when it comes to smell, if, for example, it is possible to affect people's behavior to even a small amount at an unconscious level, it will be exploited. There are anecdotal suggestions that at the kind of mass hysteria which sometimes breaks out at pop concerts is due to the liberation of pheromones like this. People also refer to the aggression in football crowds. And clearly, if we had a strong learned response of fear to some chemical, clearly it could be exploited.
Worried or not, though, scientific curiosity is an irresistible force.
Was the odour to the left nostril or the right nostril?
Left.
Did you receive that odour in your left nostril or your right nostril?
Right again. Well, no, wrong again. What might save us from exploitation is that in some ways even a sharp nose can be a pretty blunt instrument, but the research goes on. Smells might be used to help blind people interpret the world more easily. It might play a part in identifying disease, but no doubt more pheromones will be discovered too, which might increase the danger that we, like butterflies and pigs, could be switched on and off by a code. A code in the nose.
You smell so fresh, for you smell the way they rated. Look at what that special spray did for her. She got the tops in fur. Makes me sneeze. You have the snout that makes my world, my heart unfurl, my toes to curl. I'm quite obsessed by you. I'll stick with you like glue. You smell so good, you do. You hear me now? I'll spend my life with you. Tell me you love me. I'll sniff along with you. How about that for roses? You smell so nice all through. Oh, yeah.
I suppose that most of us, at some time or another, have mowed a lawn and tipped the grass cuttings into the wheelbarrow and then decided that we've really had enough and we'll go into the house for half an hour to have a cup of tea and a bun and recover. The surprising thing is that when you come out of the house again, 2 hours later, you find to your astonishment that the grass in the middle of the pile of cuttings is really very hot. In fact, that's much hotter than it could possibly have got by just standing in the sun. Well, the reason for that is that in there, with the grass cuttings, there are billions upon billions upon billions of tiny single-cell creatures, the bacteria, which are breaking down the cellulose of the plant stems for food and generating heat while they do it. And they don't have to be imported, they just come along with the grass cuttings, or they're in the air. In fact, the very same bacteria that are doing that job in the wheelbarrow are doing it inside a cow's stomach, helping it to digest the grass that it eats. And if it comes to that, if we kill the cow and eat it, then inside our own guts, there are more bacteria which help us to digest the food that we eat. Some bacteria have very bizarre appetites indeed. I mean, they live on the paraffin in aeroplane fuel tanks, and they'll eat sewage. And some of them will even eat rocks. Well, Professor David Hughes at the University of Cardiff has been studying bacteria now for most of his working life, and the very last thing he is bored.
I suppose you could describe me as being in love with them. I'm just curious about them in one way. I want to know how they grow and how they put themselves together and how they manage to eat all these strange foods. I mean, but at the same time, I'm interested in using them. We can use them and exploit them. We do that in the sewage works. We're very much involved with purifying sewage and so on, so that I'm both curious about them, and that's, you know, being a scientist really, I suppose, and I want to use them as well and to exploit them. And when they do nasty things, I want to stop them. We are absolutely dependent on them. If we wipe them out, if you use that stuff which kills all known germs, and bacteria are germs, we'd die in about 5 or 10 years. We couldn't keep alive. So important.
I mean, why? What would happen? You mean
well, for instance, most plants couldn't grow without microbes. There are microbes taking nitrogen from the air and making it available to plants. There are microbes that take nutrients from the rocks and make them available for plants. Now all flesh is grass, and we're dependent on plants, and the plants would die. And then, of course, microbes have a very important role to play in the natural cycles on Earth. They're the real decomposers. Anything that's formed on Earth and dies, a microbe can eat it, you see. So that nothing would decompose. And, you know, we're all dependent on death and decomposition and rebirth.
These are the signs of decomposition. Bubbles of methane, the natural gas that can be used for heating or for driving machinery. This is the University of Cardiff's experimental digester, and the researchers' aim is to improve its efficiency, mostly for the benefit of third world countries. But what they learn could help farmers everywhere. The research is supervised by Dr. David Stafford.
It's a plug-flow digester, and we've designed it not only for this country and Europe generally, but for the third world. And this material here is ensiled material. It can be grass or any kind of... Well, what we've done is we've taken a crop or waste green material, put it in large bags and kept it over the winter. And this can be fed into the digester as it's produced acids and sugars in the bags, and can be fed into the digester along with any kind of farm waste. In this particular case, we've got pig waste going in here in admixture with the ensiled material, and it goes under a lip here and into the digester here, which is a long tube. And as the bacteria start to break down the cellulose here and the pig waste, then gas is released. And this gas is collected through this pipe, through a gas meter here, and the digested material goes through the digester, down a slope, and is collected in a pit at the far end.
Why does it go that way? You're not pumping it through?
Not at the moment, no. We're in fact, it's going through under gravity. And this solid material actually liquefies as it goes through the digester and so flows.
Right. So what have we got here?
We've got the treated material that's been through the digester, the cellulose has been broken down, the pig waste has been broken down, and we have basically a liquid containing the fertilizer that we had at the beginning.
Oh, so this has a value of its own. I mean, this system is not just to produce methane.
No, you have still the retained fertilizer value. You have no smell, so it can't harm the crops or can't harm people using it. It can go straight on the land through a pump. The fertilizer can be used by the plants. And the big thing, of course, it has no smell.
So, in fact, you haven't, in a way, you haven't paid any price at all for the methane gas you've taken off.
Now, you've got the gas off, you've taken out the smell, and you've still got all the fertilizer value that you had at the beginning.
This liquid fertilizer will be used to grow more grass, which will feed more cows. They'll produce milk and more waste, which again the bacteria will convert to methane and fertilizer, and so on and so on. But how can something so small that it's invisible work such a transformation? Well, to start with, the bugs multiply so fast that there aren't just thousands of them, but thousands of billions. And what's more, think of almost any substance, and there'll be bacteria that can live on it. Bugs take in chemicals and convert them to what they need. Energy so they can move, or what they're made of so they can grow. And when they've taken what they want, they throw out what they don't. Those in the digester eat the straw, the pig waste, and any toxic chemicals that come in with them, throw out methane, and produce a poison-free, fertilizer-rich fluid. Perhaps best of all, for a world that's running short of food, there are so many bacteria that the surplus can be dried off and turned into a high-protein food for pigs or hens, or even food for the cows themselves. And like the microbes that eat the grass cuttings, these bacteria are just there waiting to be invited.
Microbes live anywhere where there is a possibility of life. They'll live in hot springs. Those beautiful colours of hot springs are microbes. Well, they're bacteria. And they'll live in cold stores, live on glaciers, and so on. So they're very diverse. They have to be.
Hi-ho, it's home from work we go. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho.
A disused copper mine in the heart of Snowdonia. Ian Kelso and Barry Johnson from the University College of North Wales have brought me here to see a unique example of that bacterial adaptability. It's one of the few places in the world where you can actually see bacteria with the naked eye. Wonderful colours, aren't they, here?
Painful shot.
Oh, yeah, that's it again.
There's precious little life down here, apart from us and the bacteria. They're not visible yet, but they're hard at work all round us, with sometimes alarming results. Ian Kelso showed me that any doubts I had about our safety were well founded.
Have a look at this crumbly rock here again, look. Solid rock. Oh, watch out, watch out.
Lovely. All right. Yeah.
Microbes again.
Microbes again. The bugs involved are eating the rocks, or more precisely, converting iron in the rocks from one form to another. Their name is Thiobacillus ferrooxidans, but they're only a part of a whole bacterial society we're on our way to see.
This is the halfway stage in the oxidation process.
What's this stuff? Is that what it ends up
That's the end. That's the end stage. Ferric oxide, ferric hydroxide. The rust, the very end
So
stage.
it goes from the hard, glittery stuff we saw to that,
That's
and
right.
then it ends up as this.
And of course, the process where the bugs are involved, the microbes, is from this stage to that one. Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it just? How much further does this go on?
Oh, miles, yes, miles.
Further down the mine still. It's wetter, colder, harder work, and suddenly like the set for a horror movie. This glistening river of jelly is bacteria, living on the waste products from the iron-eating bugs. Each individually invisible, but in such numbers that they cover the rock face. Elsewhere, they hang down in rubbery stalactites. The jelly creeps down through the mine until it falls into and fills the underground stream at the bottom. Why are the gloves a good idea, Barry?
Well, the water is quite corrosive and it doesn't do your hands any good.
In fact, it's dilute sulfuric acid, which is the unlikely byproduct of the iron eaters.
Good grief, it goes down. It goes down forever.
A long way.
Good Lord. Oh, rotten eggs.
That was a mistake.
Right, well, thanks for that. I can't see it being one of the great tourist attractions for Wales, though.
Another part of Wales that doesn't attract the tourists. A quarry in Anglesey that was once another bigger copper mine until over-ambitious mining made the roof fall in. A hill became a hole, the bottom of it filled with more of that brown acid water. The pastel colours are traces of minerals, but the main ore, once rich in copper and iron, has been pretty well exhausted by the miners. By two kinds of miners, men and those same thiobacillus ferrooxidans that were working in the cave.
They were living on the pyrite, essentially on the iron within the pyrite. They were getting energy from the oxidation of it. They were eating the iron in the ore, essentially. And they were not using any energy from sunlight, as most living systems do. They were getting all their energy from this rock.
And this is how they left it, full of holes. They ate the iron and produced rust and sulfuric acid, which in turn dissolved the copper, so all that was left was a sponge-like stone. Meanwhile, the acid, containing dissolved copper and rust, found its way into the water that the miners were pumping out of the workings.
Bacteria have played a part in copper mining here, perhaps for 150 years, although no one realized it. The settlement ponds, which are constructed just around the edge of the mountain here, were used to collect drainage water brought up by pumps. The drainage water contained sulfuric acid, iron, and copper from the dissolution of the chalcopyrite, the main ore. The dissolution of the ore, of course, was brought about by bacteria, although people didn't realize it. They thought it was the action of air and water and so on. It was really the activity of bacteria that brought about this dissolution. And then they used the water from the pumps. They found they could collect copper from that.
Even today, throw in a lump of iron, the acid will dissolve it and copper appear in its place. It's a chemical conjuring trick that Barry Johnson, Ian Kelso's partner, demonstrated with a beaker full of fluid taken from the ponds. Before your very eyes, he'll produce 100% pure copper using only Ian Kelso's best pocket knife.
Yes, and you can see in that shorter time how copper has been deposited on this iron blade. This is a straight chemical effect. What has happened is some of the iron has gone into solution, and at the same time, copper has come out of solution and has been deposited on the blade. And this principle recovers the copper.
So this lake is acid enough to take your skin off because of the strange diet and even stranger byproduct of billions of bacteria. And even science found that hard to believe.
Well, the bacteria were discovered in 1947, and the bacteriological world didn't want to believe in them for many years. I suppose it was 1960 before they were really accepted.
Really, as recently as that?
That there were bacteria which could live in this way, generally accepted by bacteriologists.
Today, in places like Russia and New Mexico, 30% of the world's copper is produced by the action of bacteria. Bugs are at the centre of a very new technology. At Cardiff University, they're looking for bigger and better bacteria, finding ways to speed up their growth rate, to improve their appetites. It's a technology that's developing fast.
Coming along now are the adaptations of our new technology of making bacteria produce other things, and this is what we call biotechnology. We can design the bacterium to make things which we are in great need of.
Most of our chemical needs today are satisfied by vast cathedrals of pipes and tubes that are expensive to run because they work at high temperatures and enormous pressures. A cheaper, safer, more adaptable answer could come from the versatile bacteria. But if you want them to produce a particular useful byproduct, you have to be sure that you've found the right one. A research team at Warwick University found their ideal bug in a very unlikely place. Heading the project, Dr. Howard Dalton.
This one originally came from Bath, in fact from the Roman springs there, where the hot water comes up out of the ground into the original Roman baths. And because the water comes up out of the ground at about 55 degrees centigrade, and because there's quite a lot of methane around there that comes up from underground, we started to look at a whole variety of sources of methane-utilizing bacteria. And we chose upon that particular one because of the high temperature. We wanted an organism that would grow at a fairly high temperature. And lo and behold, when we went down there, we got a sample of the water, we brought it back to the lab, and that produced the organism that we now call Methylococcus capsulatus Bath. So we started to look more at exactly how the organism could grow on methane itself. All the bug actually will grow on is methane. What it does as some sort of fortuitous activity is take on board all these other compounds and oxidize them, but not use the product. So it grows on methane, but it has the ability to take all these other compounds and introduce oxygen atoms into them and spit out the product, which is terrific.
Terrific, because their methane food is cheap and available. But give it to the bugs and they'll multiply like wildfire, producing a valuable chemical, propylene oxide, that's used to make a whole host of everyday products, paints, glues and plastics.
What we do is we grow the bug up on methane, we feed it propylene. The bug sort of can't really tell the difference between propylene and methane, so it just takes on board the propylene, makes propylene oxide. It can't recognize propylene oxide as something it can use, so it spits it out again. And so we have a system growing in which we feed propylene in at one end, and out the other end comes propylene oxide. The bugs are still growing all the time.
Yeah. So it's a chemical plant that actually grows. Every 20 seconds or so, each worker becomes two. And since that's true of all the thousands of species of bacteria, it's hardly surprising that they've become the basis of a new industrial revolution.
You've heard of the word biotechnology. It's very much in word at the moment. And then genetic engineering, which is designing microbes or bacterium for your own use. Actually, you combine the properties of several microbes. So you've made a new microbe or new bacterium.
The Centre for Applied Microbiological Research at Porton Down near Salisbury, which is interested in bugs, whether friend or foe. Its director, Dr. Peter Sutton.
That's right. I think biotechnology is here to stay, and I think there are two fallacies about biotechnology. People think either that it's extremely new, and in fact it isn't, because of course the use of microbiological systems for human good goes back a very long time. I mean, brewing is biotechnology, and the Babylonians were brewing 6,000 years ago, before Christ. The other thing is that it's extremely difficult to understand scientifically, and it's not. The science is really quite easy. Some of the terminology, some of the language is difficult, but the concepts aren't difficult.
There's an even bigger gap between these public health labs and the military side of Porton Down than the mile or so that separates them. The interest here is in overcoming any threat to human well-being. So the elaborate security measures aren't to protect secrets, but people. Shut away behind locked doors in specially ventilated rooms are the villains of the microbial world.
We've got some of the most unpleasant bacteria there are. Some of these are viruses, which are just small bacteria. So we have the small amount of smallpox work done in the United Kingdom is still carried on here. We have the diagnostic facilities for some of these new diseases which have come from Africa. Many people have heard of Lassa fever, green monkey disease, names that people have heard about. We're collaborating with the World Health Organization in evaluating the new vaccine against rabies, which of course is a terrible disease. We're also helping the Medical Research Council produce a vaccine against leprosy. So we've got some fairly unpleasant organisms here. We've got a fermentation pilot plant, which to all intents and purposes is a big brewery. But instead of brewing yeasts to make alcohol, we brew harmless bacteria, and from these we extract the substances which the bacteria can make. And of course the substances that they can make are the enzymes. And the enzymes are the specific catalysts which the bacteria have, which enable the whole of what they can do. And indeed, the whole trick of living organisms is the possession of the enzymes that enable the living body to produce chemical reactions that we, up to now, have only been able to do with enormous pressures and enormous temperatures when we come to conventional chemical engineering. This really is at the heart of biotechnology, the exploitation of enzymes. Bacteria are looking all the time for things to break down to give them the energy they need. And if a bacterium has the ill luck to land on something that you and I would find very toxic, it sets about to find out how to use it. The other half of the equation, of course, is using the bacteria to make things that we want. That's building up rather than breaking down. And at both these things, the bacteria are very subtle and very clever. Because of the new advances in science, we can now change the bacteria to make things which hitherto they had never been able to make.
How much do you have to manipulate the bacteria to get them to produce what you want?
Can I give you an example of a product that is really priceless, which we're dealing with here? As you probably know, at the base of the brain is the human pituitary. It's about the size of a fingernail. Now, that little gland, it's a box of tricks, really. It makes all sorts of hormones that control our bodily processes. One of them is known as growth hormone. Now, some children are born lacking growth hormone. And unless they're given growth hormone, they'll finish up perfectly proportioned, perfectly intelligent, but dwarfs. Now, this can be cured by giving them human growth hormone. The catch is it has to be human growth hormone, because for reasons that are not properly understood, animal growth hormone doesn't work. How do we get hold of human growth hormone? There's only one answer. You've got to get it out of dead bodies. You've got to take autopsied pituitaries, post-mortem pituitaries, and extract the growth hormone from that. And without that, these children would remain dwarfs. Now, the science of genetic engineering has enabled us to get around that, because there isn't enough human growth hormone from autopsies. Obviously, it's a beastly business having to use autopsy material anyway. We now have the power to ferment an ordinary culture of these harmless bacteria, and as well as making bacterial products, silly old things if you like, make human growth hormone, because that's what their program tells them to do.
What the bioengineers do is to operate on the bacteria, not with microscopic scalpels, but with that group of natural chemicals, the enzymes. Bacteria have a sort of brain, the chromosome, and they also have sets of instructions called plasmids, which might, for instance, help the bug to resist antibiotics. The microbiologists can actually take the plasmid out of a bacterium and, using one group of enzymes, cut the circle of instructions open. Then they add the instruction to make growth hormone from a human cell and, using other enzymes, persuade it to join on to the open ends of the plasmid, so closing the circle again. Now the plasmid contains an instruction to make human growth hormone, and the scientists put it back into a living bacterium, which promptly sets about doing as it's told, making a desperately needed hormone.
This is the advance in the science of genetic engineering, genetic manipulation, call it what you will. Many people, it's an unfortunate name in some ways because it sounds as if you're doing things to babies, to humans. You're not. You're doing things to bacteria.
Bacteria can eat grass, or rocks, or poison. They'll produce gas, and they'll make chemicals. They can become food for animals, they can rid us of pollution, or manufacture vital medicines. And yet, for all that, we're only just waking up to the value of these tiny life forms.
So this technology is just taking off. I have a dream that Sir Hans Krebs, my previous chief, who died last year, we felt that the next century is going to be the century of the biologists. The chemists and physicists have had their day, and now the biologists are coming in, you see.
Some of the things that are done in the name of science these days would really make your hair stand on end. I'm hanging around, hoping I don't get too small for my boots, and just to show that Isaac Newton doesn't have to win all the time. But what's happening here is standing preconceived notions of engineering and a few other things on their heads, because what is bringing the colour to my cheeks... Oh, good morning, Laura. What is bringing the colour to my cheeks and preventing me from plunging to an early death is glue. But the fact of the matter is, that for modern adhesives, sticking a 12-stone mound to the ceiling is no great problem. You should see some of the things they do. Already, glue holds together anything from a racket to a rocket.
You come across adhesion or adhesives in almost everything that you buy, almost everything that's manufactured or made will use adhesives.
I think most people would be very surprised to find, for example, that in an aeroplane, much of the structure is bonded together.
A good example, perhaps, is your motor car. Your motor car is painted, which has to adhere to the metal on which it's placed. Inside the car, the upholstery will generally be stuck together with adhesives.
Rather closer to the ground, in the case of the car, all the brake shoes are bonded together. And so every time you've got to stop, particularly in an emergency, you're literally being held back by a layer of glue. And I think most people don't realise that.
Well, I think a lot of people would be less happy for knowing that, wouldn't they, than if they thought it was riveted.
Well, I feel more happy for knowing that. I must take a contrary view, because rivets impose such a high, intense point load that, in fact, things tend to break up round rivets.
Dr. Bill Lees is an adhesives chemist and a glue enthusiast, and it's certainly not the feeble stuff it used to be.
This is the bottom bracket of an aluminium bicycle. And by building in aluminium, you can actually reduce the weight of the aluminium involved relative to steel by 30%. So it's a much lighter bicycle. And here, if you take these forks, for example, in order to spread the stresses more correctly, the bottom lugs here, which are actually cast aluminium, have been bonded into the bottom of the fork itself. And if you go to the upper end of the fork, this joint is bonded, that joint's bonded, and this joint is bonded. To hand weld a racing cycle that this actually is takes about 30 hours, and in fact it can be cut to about an hour and a half by bonding.
No wonder glue is spreading. Professor Edgar Andrews is head of the Adhesives Research Unit at Queen Mary College, London.
Really, adhesives are to be found almost everywhere we go in our modern world. Of course, man didn't invent adhesives. Adhesion is found everywhere in the world of nature also. Think of spiders, for example, using adhesive threads to spin their webs and to stick them and to catch their prey, of course. Think of limpets and other shellfish that use adhesives to anchor themselves to rocks, seaweeds, and many other things employ adhesives for this reason. Many insects stick their eggs in safe places under a suitable shady leaf. Generally speaking, adhesion is widespread in the natural world, so it was thought of long before we got into the act.
In the Menai Straits, Dr. Graham Walker grows barnacles for his research at the University College of North Wales. He's trying to measure the strength of their natural glue. They produce a two-part adhesive that anchors them in place.
Well, we seed them in the laboratory. Because they're an intertidal barnacle, we bring them out on the raft here where they're totally immersed all the time, and then they're able to grow to their maximum effect.
And how long have these been here?
These are 1 year old.
And then from here?
From here we take them into the laboratory, and there we pull them.
The barnacle shells are heaved from their slate bed and the forces involved carefully measured. The research is aimed at developing surfaces that barnacles won't stick to because they make boat hulls, oil rigs and pipelines harder to inspect and more difficult to maintain. But they certainly demonstrate that if you design the joint properly, then glues can take enormous strains.
Here comes one barnacle.
The barnacles make sure that they put their two-part glue where it will resist the forces that try to remove them from their rocks.
Mix up.
And engineers have to imitate them.
Mix this well together.
This one-manpower test shows that if you just try to pull the glued joint apart, it will take the strain.
The joints are about equally strong.
But peel it, and it can't cope. But failures, even those caused by bad design, put engineers off. So how to convert them?
It's a question of education, and the fact is that nowhere, almost in the world, are engineers taught adhesive technology. And indeed, the subject of adhesive technology is only taught in 1 or 2 centres. And so the chaps are actually working with materials that they are not very familiar with. The result of this is they usually have a bad experience, and as a result of that bad experience, all glues are damned.
You don't have to go into industry to find adhesives. There are plenty of things in the home that will stick perfectly, adequately. You and I think of this sort of thing as a damn nuisance. I suppose, scientifically speaking, it's the result of an intimate molecular association between 2 dissimilar materials. Because that, in fact, is what bonding adhesives is all about. They depend on the same forces that hold you and me together to stop us flying apart, to stop this pan flying apart, to stop any of the things around us flying apart, because the forces of the atoms that make them up are holding them together. And that really is the whole secret of making an adhesive. You have to find a material which will form an intimate bond with one surface and an intimate bond with the other surface, so that when they're brought together, the adhesive, the film of adhesive in between them, as it were, overcomes their natural reluctance to have anything to do with one another. There are, of course, plenty of materials, fortunately for industry, which are very happy to bond with one another, whose surfaces are quite happy to be associated. There are also, fortunately for the cook, some surfaces which are extremely reluctant to associate. And this pan, which has been coated with PTFE, is obviously very reluctant to associate with the water I've poured into it. It just stands about in drops, and it would have been equally reluctant to accept the spaghetti. If only I'd used that in the first place, I could have saved myself a lot of trouble. Another job for father. It isn't one thing and it's another. Trouble is, you never know what's going to break next, do you? I should imagine that the modern adhesives industry comes to my rescue 3 times a week. Of course, all these glues have very fancy ingredients in them, with names like cyanoacrylate or formaldehyde or phenolic. But we've had glues for many thousands of years. The Egyptians used to stick things with the white of an egg or with blood, and we've traditionally made glues out of melted down animal bones and fish bones. My father used to hang wallpaper with a paste made from flour. And in the early days of flying, they used to stick their wooden aircraft together with a glue made, believe it or not, from skimmed milk. This government scientist works on the use of glues in the latest aerospace applications. Work that stems from the shortcomings of those natural materials.
The casing glues are a product of skimmed milk, and they're attacked by bacteria. And it's a very good non-destructive test of a wooden aircraft bonded with the casing was when you smelt old Camembert cheese, you knew your adhesive had gone off.
And your plane was likely to fall to bits in the air, was it?
Leslie Mitchell reporting. The story of the DH-98, or Mosquito, is one of brilliant success. The stressed skin fuselage, proved by the Albatross in 1937, has been proved again by the Mosquito. While I wouldn't like to say that anybody could build a Mosquito, its construction is very widely dispersed. Many furniture and other woodworking factories, large and small, have been turned over to the job. If it's to be furniture or mosquitoes, Britain, for the time being, prefers mosquitoes. And how it flies. The Mosquito has certainly gone far to prove that British designers and Royal Air Force pilots will continue to make rings round the enemy till the war is won.
But the early mosquitoes were successfully bonded with casein adhesives. But urea formaldehydes came in the late 30s and were used during the 40s considerably for wooden joints, and have been used consistently for wooden bonding since, really.
It was at Duxford, near Cambridge, that the first synthetic glues for the aircraft industry were made in the 1930s. Ted Garnish, adhesives chemist with the international company that makes them today, harks back to those early successes.
It was a continuation of design principles that had been established earlier. Aeroplanes then were made of wood, but they'd been stuck together with glues, with naturally occurring materials, which were always susceptible to difficulties with environmental resistance. Microorganisms like to eat natural glues based on gelatin or blood or fish glue, just what they like to eat indeed. So something synthetic was needed. Also at the same time, aircraft design was beginning to go through a revolution. People wanted to make more efficient structures, lighter structures, start using metals for aircraft. So it was a period when there were great changes in the wind. I mean, we're talking about the period of 1935 up to 1939, so there were other pressures as well.
The war accelerated the technology, and the great step forward was to bond not just wooden, but metal aircraft too.
The first structural adhesives for metal bonding really came in the early 40s, invented by Dr. de Bruni, and these are based upon phenolic adhesives, again a completely synthetic adhesive, but using a thermoplastic component because they tend to be very, very brittle otherwise. And this process, which came in the 40s, was first used for metal-to-metal bonding on planes like the Sea Hornet, which were late 40s aircraft, but have been used consistently ever since, and have given very good performance, and they're still widely used in the aerospace industry.
Has it been shown over the years that glues in aircraft can take anything that gets thrown at them?
Oh yes. In fact, the most ironic instance of that occurred with the comet disasters in 1950-1960.
This is the tragic scene of the comet disaster near Calcutta. Wreckage of the aircraft smashed almost beyond recognition. At the time of this terrible accident, the aircraft carried 37 passengers and a crew of 6. All lost their lives. The first fatalities of the Comet passenger services, which had previously carried 28,000 passengers safely.
It was proved by an investigation at Farnborough and by salvaging wreckage that the bonded line had not failed. It was a fatigue failure around more conventional methods of joining. That was a rather horrific experience, but it graphically highlighted the advantages for this sort of construction.
The use of glue has been a major factor in the development of modern aircraft. It's made possible aircraft that are bigger, lighter, and stronger. At Hatfield, British Aerospace is gluing together a very large proportion of its new high-winged jet, the 146. The alloy components emerge from bath after bath of often aggressive chemicals in an elaborate preparation that's to ensure a good bond. Long strips of phenolic adhesive film are held in place with dabs of a less exotic glue applied to the stiffening ribs of a fuselage panel. A huge jig makes sure that everything's in the right place. The fuselage skin is lowered onto the ribs, sandwiching the phenolic before the complete, but not yet bonded unit is fed into an enormous heated press. What comes out of it is an equally enormous piece of aircraft. Very light, very strong, very fatigue resistant, and with never a rivet in sight. British Aerospace's chief structural engineer on the project is Frank Vann. As we clambered through the unfamiliarly bare passenger compartment, I asked him how hard it would be to make the modern jet without adhesives.
Well, we believe that using bonded structure saves weight, and it also improves the fatigue life of the aeroplane, because the rivet holes in normal construction are all initiators of fatigue problems, and you eliminate all that with the bonded structure.
So do you use adhesives everywhere, or some places you use them and some places you don't?
Well, in general, we use adhesives wherever we possibly can, with one or two exceptions. One, as you can see here, if you look in the bottom of the fuselage, in service, fluids collect in the bottom of the aeroplane from condensation and leakage from toilets and galleys. In that area, there's an increased corrosion problem. And so we tend to use Z-section stringers, which are easier to inspect. And also, the adhesives don't stand up very well to that sort of environment over 20 years. So the stringers in the centre section of the fuselage there are riveted.
Presumably, though, you have enormous confidence in adhesives, otherwise you wouldn't be using them.
Well, we have, yes, because our experience has shown that's justified. We've recently cut some bonded joints out of the Comets, which have been in service for over 20 years, and retested them, and the results that we've got are just as good as they were on the day the aeroplane was built.
As a man who stakes reputation and lives on glue, Frank Vann is a little puzzled by other engineers' reluctance to use it, but then could say a motor car be stuck together.
I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. A structure of a motor car is no more difficult to build than the structure of an aeroplane. In a lot of ways, a lot easier, I would think. And I don't see any reason why adhesives shouldn't be used in car design.
And if you were bowling along the motorway and your driver turned to you and said, this car's stuck together, how would you feel about that?
Wouldn't worry me at all. I fly in aeroplanes that are stuck together.
It goes without saying that pretty well every modern aircraft is hand-built, an exotic, exclusive, expensive branch of engineering. And you can't help feeling that if adhesives are really going to grow up, it's going to be in the mass production industries, which in this case means the motor car. A number of car manufacturers are already researching the possibility of a bonded car, especially those who want to use plastic or alloy bodies. Frontrunner in the UK is British Leyland.
They already make this triumph claim. Quite a number of components on it are already bonded, and there's one that's very easy to look at and well worth seeing. This is the main framework of the boot lid, perhaps not the most important part of the car, but a very significant one in this case. These blobs here are not the results, as you might have anticipated, of spot welds, but they're caused by putting a little dish into the metal. And a blob of adhesive has been put into that to bond the skin onto the main framework. That adhesive wasn't put there by human beings either. It was put there by a robot gluer, another significant advance for adhesives in industry. In fact, there are only 2 spot welds in the whole of this construction, and they're hidden. There's one there, and there's another one there, put there to hold the frame in place until the glue sets. And the fact that they make a dimple in the metal at all may mean that the days of the spot welder are numbered.
What the motor industry's been waiting for is an adhesive that can be applied in the same way spot welds are made, that's less fussy about preparation than those the aircraft industry uses, and that will stand up to the various forces that are generated in a crash. Well, the answer's arrived. They're the toughened adhesives. This test piece is glued together with a toughened epoxy, a glue that has molecules of rubber combined with it. Its look-alike is stuck with the sort of stuff that fixed my boots to the ceiling. The sample is screwed down and a weight swung at it. The impact will be equal to a 1 pound weight landing after a 40-foot fall. The adhesive bond is just 1 inch square. The first sample shears off. The glue is cracked along the joint. Now the second sample, with the rubber in the glue that's intended to absorb the shock to stop the cracking. It does. 1 square inch of adhesive stands up to a sledgehammer blow. More realistically, this is a typical load-bearing box section from a lorry or a car, except that it's made from aluminium and it's glued together. As the test load goes up and up, it buckles and bends, but the joint doesn't fail.
If motor engineers are going to build extremely lightweight vehicles, they have simply got to use adhesive. The only other way you can make cars lighter is to use either aluminium or plastic or very, very thin sheet steel. But this then gives you corrosion problems. In between the welded points, you have small areas of metal where there's air and water can get in, and unless you paint it extremely carefully, this is a natural water trap and corrosion starts there. And if you look at most cars, you'll find that they're always corroding around the welded seams. Now, if you replace welding by bonding and you fill all of those gaps, then water can't get in, air can't get in, and the natural processes of corrosion are inhibited. And if you bond it, corrosion problems are reduced. If you bond it, the high stresses associated by individual weld points is reduced, and you can't put steel to aluminium. I mean, it's impossible to weld steel to aluminium, so the only way you can put it together is to bond it. Similarly, you can't put plastic to aluminium or plastic to steel. The only way you can do it is to bond it.
The 1982 British Motor Show. A brave smile on the face of a worried industry, with individual manufacturers fighting to keep their share of the market. But the struggle isn't all bad news. The silver lining is that the motoring public is being offered better value for money and more miles for fewer gallons. But what's the connection between fuel economy and adhesives? Easy. The motor manufacturers are very aware that a lot of the market could be scooped by a car that did, say, 75 or even 100 miles to the gallon. But to achieve that, you've got to build a car that isn't just mechanically and aerodynamically efficient, but much, much lighter. To build a lighter car, you can do what some of the manufacturers, the Japanese amongst them, have done, and that is to use high tensile steel in thinner section and get the weight down that way. But in the end, you've got to forget mild steel and go for aluminium or plastics. And you can't readily spot weld either aluminium or plastics, so you've got to make not a welded car, but a bonded one. Now, British Leyland have done just that. This is the ECV3. Plastic panels on an alloy frame mean dramatic weight savings to give an astounding 61 to the gallon at 75 miles an hour. It's only possible because of the glues that the British technology of Bill Lee's firm has developed. Roy Brocklehurst is head of experimental vehicles.
This vehicle is little heavier in curbside trim than a Mini, and of course it is a 5-seater. What we find with adhesive bonding is that we can get up to a 50% improvement in torsional stiffness of the body shell. The aluminium is virtually corrosion-free. The plastic skin panels are low impact resistant.
So do you think that we can expect to see the bonded car becoming not just the prototype that this is, but a pattern for the future?
The hurdles that we yet have to get over are related to volume production. But I think by the end of the decade, I'm sure that we'll be seeing an awful lot more bonding.
Well, whatever this car achieves in terms of fuel economy and corrosion resistance, it's proved one thing already, that adhesives have come of age. Like the bonded bike, the bonded plane, the bonded car is on its way. The tropical forests of the world are under threat. The small farmers burn them away to make room for crops. The big industrial giants rip them up for the minerals that lie beneath. Faced with the destruction of 8 square miles every minute, individuals and groups are sounding the alarm.
Perhaps my most important role is to shout long and loud and persuade people not to destroy the vegetation which we have in different parts of the world.
Plants are becoming extinct before they're known to science. And who knows what valuable products for mankind are being lost this way. Because, as the slogan says, extinction is forever.
There are many hundreds of thousands of plants on Earth. And most of them have not really been looked at seriously by chemists. And even less have been looked at by pharmacologists to see what sort of active compounds there are in them.
The oil and coal on which the chemical industry is based is not infinite, and that when this runs out, then we will be back in looking to the plants as our primary source of these sort of compounds.
Most people know that morphine and codeine come from the poppy, that quinine comes from cinchona bark, and maybe even that the willow was the first source of another everyday medicine.
Willow bark contains salicin, and salicin you can consider as the forerunner of aspirin.
As well as these, there are hundreds of less well-known plant medicines and thousands of chemicals not yet identified in the plants that we're destroying as we clear the forests.
Sweet Jamaica, on the move. Help me with my song and let the people go.
Kingston, capital of Jamaica. Europe is only slowly coming back to the plant as a source of medicine, but the West Indies has never thought otherwise. Some of their bush medicine was already here when the slave ships arrived from Africa, bringing a lot more folk wisdom with them. Since then, the knowledge of the medicinal powers of plants has been handed down from generation to generation, often through the oral tradition of folk song. How's this, for instance, for a singing seed catalogue?
Man piaba, tam call back and lemongrass, mini root, gully root, granny backbone. Dead man get up, punchy panturu, coolie bit tascarella, bush and the old compel and sweet. Sweet broom cow tongue and granny crotch duppy. Guzung and the guzung weed. I have all time.
Louise Bennett lives in the hills above Kingston. She's a poet, an entertainer, and an expert on bush, and sometimes all three at once. She's already passed on her knowledge to her niece, Simone.
Hi, Simone, what do you have?
Have Live for Life, Single Bible.
Single Bible, yes. Rice bitter. Rice bitters is good.
That bitter sericea, that's the
Cure nearly everything.
Yeah.
And, like, good for colds, it's good to wash out your, what you call about wash out your system?
Yes.
Like that to cleanse your blood, to, it is just a great
It's sort
thing.
of an all-round tonic.
Yes, that, if you drink bitter sericea every morning, you're supposed to be just well, huh? And this is Single Bible for sore foot.
That's aloes, isn't it?
That's what you call it.
Bitter aloes, isn't it?
Yeah, Single Bible for sores and things, very good.
Well, how do you use it?
You peel that and you just put it on. This is also very good if you have ulcerated stomach. You cut this and you just slip, very bitter.
Oh, yes.
Very, very bitter. But you just slip the pieces down your throat.
And Dr. Lloyd Coke knows other uses.
It has been used to treat burns. It has been used in folk medicine to treat burns and also to prevent many skin ailments.
What about now? The pharmaceutical industry has latched onto it, have they?
Certainly. It's now a part of some suntan lotions. It's been used in medicine to treat X-ray burns, people exposed to excessive doses of X-rays.
You believe that works, do you?
But I know, I've seen it work.
Yeah.
Single Bible? Oh, yes, man.
I mean, the European doctors are very suspicious of this kind of thing.
That's their business.
Well, yeah.
If they don't want to accept it, that's their business. They're foolish.
But the truth is that there are plant fans on both sides of the Atlantic. At the University of the West Indies, biochemist Dr. Coke has been researching the scientific basis for the beliefs in bush medicine that he grew up with.
There has been quite a lot of work on bush teas for their medical effects as well as for their effects in the social history, the social life of the communities.
I mean, obviously these people weren't fools. What they were doing with the plants, well, the way that they were using them was doing them so good. So how did it come about that very often their knowledge and their skills were discarded?
There were two reasons mainly. One is that the people who had the knowledge of the herbs were very often people who were practicing African or other non-European religions, which were frowned on by the authorities. And it was felt that a lot of this herbal knowledge was bound up with witchcraft, with use of poisons and various things to hurt one's enemies. So this was one reason. Another reason was simply certainly the cultural attitudes which came with the political system, which said that the culture which was not that of the ruling class was something savage and something to be discouraged. But nevertheless, on the other hand, one must say that the medical practitioners have always been interested in the use of herbs and have contributed a great deal to our understanding of these herbs from the modern scientific point of view.
Are there special rules about which part of the plant to pick and what to use it for?
Well, some of them.
What time of day?
Well, you see, there's a general rule about picking certain things at night. You know, don't. There are certain bush, especially if you want it for a cure, that you never pick at after 6 o'clock in the evenings, you know? And there are others, again, that you can pick at night.
There always seems to be associated with plant remedies a certain amount of, I think, what the Western world would regard as mumbo-jumbo, this business of collecting plants at a particular time of the year, perhaps gathering them by moonlight. Is there any more to it than that?
Well, certainly we know that there are seasonal changes in the levels of certain compounds in plants. We know that certain compounds change when plants are under drought conditions. We even know that there are levels of moonlight which are of a level sufficient to affect the growth and activity of plants. So this moonlight business and season of the year business is not just mumbo jumbo. It's the result of accumulated years of experience, which science is only now beginning to understand.
You can always know when a bush is good when it has medicinal properties. You know how you know?
Wait a minute.
When the goats eat it. Don't you know that?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's true.
Goats eat cigarette packets, though,
Oh, but your man, that is Bugu Yaga. I mean, a cigarette packet. Who wants to eat cigarette packet? But you watch them eating the plants.
Yes.
There are certain things that goats don't touch, you know. And there are certain plants that are poisonous at certain times. And at certain seasons of the year, the goats never touch it.
So, when you look at the use of bush,
yes,
you have to look at it with a considerable degree of caution then. You
Certainly.
can't just take it at face value.
No, one cannot. There's a lot of trial and error. But let me say at the same time that the attitude of modern science has been to take the bush and to analyze it, take its chemical components apart, and to find the 1 or 2 or 3 active compounds in it. Yeah. The traditional practice has been usually to combine the use of one herb with that of another, which might be an antidote. And it may be, the folk wisdom may be such that many of these harmful side effects are avoided by the use of appropriate antidotes or by appropriate methods of preparation.
I feel everything has its place. And what I really feel is that the European people, I mean, the surgeons and the researchers and all that should go more into these plants for the things that we say that they are so good for.
Louise Bennett, though, has an unexpected ally in Kew Gardens. Cool and academic, it's worlds away from an uninhibited Jamaica, but for all that, it too is a committed storehouse of plant wisdom. They've been collecting plants here ever since the 1700s, but the business of importing greenery really became a growth industry, if you'll forgive the expression, when George III was on the throne and Sir Joseph Banks was the director here. In those days, more and more of the British schoolboy's atlas was being painted red until about half the world, it seemed, was a kind of colonial greenhouse. Sounds like a bit more imperialistic exploitation, and of course sometimes it was. But there was always more to it than that, and come to that, the directors here have always been more than just green-fingered gardeners with gloves on. They organised expeditions to collect these plants from Africa, East Indies, the West Indies, India itself. And these earlier questors brought back not just plants, but seeds too, and information about where they grew and what they were used for. So there's much more to Kew than meets the tourist's eye. And as the world's plant habitats are threatened, it's just as well. A sign of the times is that Professor Arthur Bell, Kew's new boss, is the first director who isn't a botanist, but a plant chemist. And he's desperate to get at all Kew's stored wisdom.
One of my ambitions here is to get all this material and put onto computer so that if we want to know what plants have been used at any time for treating a particular disease or feeding animals in an arid region, then by pressing the appropriate buttons, we can immediately make available to ourselves and to other people all this stored information of the centuries. My one great worry is, while we're using up the Earth's fossil fuel resources, we're also destroying the plant kingdom. We're going to reach the point where we've used the oil and ultimately the coal resources, only to find we've destroyed them. In the meantime, there'll be nothing to go back to. And I think all government should be aware of this and recognize the importance of conserving not only plants which we know to be valuable at the present time, but conserving plants we haven't even looked at and which may, amongst them, have species of vital importance to the future of the human race.
Do you think that in that interim period, a lot of precise knowledge about the use of folk medicine has been lost?
Well, there's a great deal of information stored away in various libraries and herbaria on the use of plants as for medicinal purposes. Now, it's certain that not all of these are genuine. On the other hand, a certain proportion must be folk remedies which have a grain or a part of that are scientifically true. The herbarium contains material. I think we've got between 5 and 6 million specimens in the herbarium, which have been collected over a period of 2 to 3 centuries.
I suppose what has to be asked for people... The man entrusted with all this information is Peter Green, curator of the herbarium. But just what is a herbarium?
It's a collection of plant specimens for scientific study. I think that's the most succinct way in which I could define it.
Yeah. So if you've actually got something over 5 million plants, does that mean you've got just about every plant in the world here?
No, I'm afraid not. I think we have the most comprehensive collection, but there are species which have been described for which we have no representation. And then, of course, there are species which are still to be discovered, because some parts of the world still need to be explored botanically, and there are species yet to be described for science. We have the dried specimens, which are flat. They're mounted on sheets, and we put them into cupboards here, into folders. Here I've taken out a folder of Cisempelos from the Manus burmese, East Tropical African specimens in this particular folder. Collected by Magogo and Glover in 1968. Here is the Latin name, which is the point of reference, if you like. And the interesting thing is that here some of his their field notes. Juice from the roots is dropped into the ear as a remedy from earache. In this particular family, there are a lot of alkaloids. And in families where there are alkaloids, you often get medicinal uses, often folk uses. Here, this one, for instance, the same species, a strong medicine for diarrhea. Another genus within the same family, material from Sarawak in this case, roots yellow, supposed to be a good antidote for drunkenness. You chew the root and swallow the juice before drinking. So it means that a herbarium is a source of more than just botanical names.
What I should like to see Kew doing is acting as a great clearinghouse of information on the plant kingdom, and also acting as a sort of depository of living plants as well, either in the gardens themselves or in the seed bank, so that we at Kew see ourselves as trying to save some of this material, but at the rate it's being destroyed, we can only scratch at the surface.
The Royal Botanic Gardens grabbed another quick scientific lead in 1875 when it set up Britain's first plant chemistry laboratory. The idea then was to help decide to which group any particular plant belonged, because sometimes those that looked like close relatives could turn out to have quite a different chemical makeup and so belong to an entirely different family. But what was, and still is, used as a means of identification also shed an entirely new light on plants. You began to see them not just as decorations, not just as vegetables, not even just as potential sideboards, but as living chemical plants. So, the work that Dr. Linda Fellows and her team at Jodrell Laboratories at Kew is doing is telling us just exactly what we need to know.
Plants do make lots of chemicals which are not found anywhere else. They're a different kind from normal life-supporting chemicals. And not only that, these unusual plant chemicals are not found universally in plants. They tend to accumulate in different groups. And the more closely related plants are, the more likely they are to have similar strange chemicals in them. We have some tropical beans here, 2 different kinds, both grow in Africa. First of all, what we do is we grind up a small amount of each one in a pestle and mortar, rather like this. Grind it up to a fine powder, just as much as we need for the preliminary extraction, which is usually quite a small amount.
Dr. Fellows puts the small amount of powdered bean into a phial and adds, first of all, a petrol-like liquid. 24 hours later, she'll use another solvent to remove a different group of compounds.
And remove this fatty layer.
In the end, there'll be 3 or 4 solutions, each containing particular plant extracts. A few drops from each extract are dotted along the bottom of a thin, absorbent plate and dried off. The plate is put into a narrow tank containing acetone. This soaks to the top of the plate, taking the bean extracts with it. The trick is that some are absorbed more slowly than others and travel further, so they're all spread out. Spray with dilute sulfuric acid, and those different chemical compounds from the ground-up bean show up as a whole collection of different colours. There's a lot of some, little of others. But what exactly are they? What could they do? If they do prove to have medicinal powers, it wouldn't be the first time. At the London School of Pharmacy, it's the job of pharmacognosists like Dr. David Phillipson to assess their usefulness.
You can look for particular types of chemicals. So we might call that the chemical approach. You could say, here's a plant which has got compounds in which have got interesting biological activities. Let's take the opium poppy. It's got morphine in, it's got codeine in. What about any of the other poppies? How many poppies are there? If we look, we'll find that there's about 100 poppies. Well, we say, well, have they all been looked at for their chemistry? Well, no, they haven't. And then when you start to look, as we've been doing, you find that they're very variable. So you can get 2 poppies, you take them to a botanist, and he says, yes, they're identical. And then you look at them chemically, and they're quite different. Now, that's one sort of approach. Another sort of approach in looking for new drugs is to say, what sort of activity are we looking for? Let's take an example. Let's say we're looking for an anti-cancer drug. And there's a lot of work been done in this area. We can say, right, let's get a simple test. We can take some cancer cells, we can put those cells in a flask, and then we can say, look, does our plant extract kill those cells? Does it harm them at all, or does it have no effect? If we imagine that we have an extract from a plant and it kills the cells, then we can start to divide up that extract into different fractions, and then we can test each fraction. Eventually, you hope to come to a pure chemical compound. This biological approach was used when they discovered the anti-cancer compounds from the periwinkle, Catharanthus. They used this approach, and we now have 2 compounds, vinblastine and vincristin, which were developed by the Lilly company. They are now in clinical use.
In Jamaica, the periwinkle grows all over the place, like here in Mrs. Preston's backyard. But it's hardly ever called the same thing twice, so I asked Louise Bennett what she called the periwinkle.
Periwinkle?
Yes, from the periwinkle.
Ramgoat roses.
What they call again?
Ramgoat roses.
Ramgoat roses,
yes.
That's right. Yes.
You must not say ramgoat rose. Roses.
Roses. Given your knowledge of the kind of chemical compounds that existed in plants, the discovery that Catharanthus roseus was so useful didn't come as any enormous surprise to you.
Well, it happened almost by accident. There was a doctor in a country town, a Dr. Johnston, who noticed that his patients were using this periwinkle, as it's known. It's also known as ram-goat roses. And they were making a tea from it to treat diabetes. And he sent some of this bush to some colleagues in Canada. They ran some tests on diabetic rats, and to their horror, the rats died. And it turned out that these rats were unusually susceptible to infection. Further tests injecting extracts of this bush showed that these rats had very low counts of white blood cells. So immediately, research was entered into to find out what was causing the white blood cells to be destroyed. And a group of about 4 different compounds were found. The two most important were vincristine and vinblastine. And they are now used quite extensively to treat certain types of cancer, Hodgkin's disease, leukemia, things like this, because these compounds in this bush are very active against cancer cells.
All that from a simple, pretty plant. It makes you wonder how many more apparently modest flowers really have vital importance. This is the sort of thing that's happening all over the world as the search for raw materials, particularly minerals and fuels, becomes more and more desperate. In this case, it's bauxite that's being torn out of the hills of Jamaica. But in Africa and South America too, the mining engineers are ripping the hills apart with the same enthusiasm. Every 14 months, a forest the size of England is wiped out. And it's pretty ironic that as we're destroying more and more plant life in the name of progress, we're discovering that among those plants could be the answers to some of our worst diseases.
It isn't only the third world which is destroying our plant resources. This is being destroyed on a large scale all over the world, and governments must realize that this is a heritage, a world heritage, which is being destroyed.
There is quite a bit of environmental damage going on at the moment, but I think the more serious loss, is the loss of the knowledge of these plants, because you'll find that there are very few people who actually retain the knowledge of the use of these plants, are able to accurately define them and to define their use. And that kind of knowledge is being lost with the older generation.
There are between 250,000 to 500,000 species of plant. Many of them have not been looked at chemically. Very few of them have been investigated for biological activities. And many of them, we don't know exactly what the compounds are which are causing the activity, or whether the plants are reliable or not reliable.
If we've got 250,000 or more plants in the world, we haven't scratched the surface. And I honestly believe that there must be an untapped gold mine of useful chemicals which we've never got round to discovering yet. So we've got to do something now.
Helena start cry for your belly. Go home, Helena, go home, Helena. Go boil so rusty for you belly. Go boil so rusty for you belly. The mama she pick some so rusty. She boil it and give to Helena. Helena, she drink and she sleep and she sleep and she wake up without pain in her belly. And she wake up without pain in her belly. Look good pants so rusty, Helena. The vine and the leaf and the berry. Come no so rusty for oh so rusty. And that cure you bad pain in her belly. And that cure you bad pain in her belly. Yes.
behold, modern man off for an old-fashioned picnic. The setting, the food, even the style of dress isn't all that different from the 1880s. The one ingredient that belongs to the 20th century is plastics. Not only the picnic hamper, but 90% of the bike is plastic. The tablecloth, or anyway lawn cloth, is plastic. There's a plastic plate, plastic knife and fork, and spoon. The stove has a plastic body. The egg box is plastic, and the teacup's plastic too. The world's chock-a-block with plastics. The plastic bike is something new. That's a Swedish job, but all these things have been with us for years and years, and indeed I don't know how we get along without them. But of course, these are all man-made plastics. There are, though, plastics in nature as well. Believe it or not, the white of an egg is a plastic. In this case, the molecules of the chemical it's made from are all sailing about independently, so it behaves like a liquid. And in that state, it's called a monomer. But you subject it to heat, and all the individual molecules join together into long chains. What was clear becomes opaque, and what was liquid becomes a solid, and you've changed the monomer into a polymer. And what's interesting is that however much you heat it up now, you can't remold that white plastic into a different shape from the one it's taken up in the pan. It's a pity you can't say the same thing for the spoon. I suppose it's that sort of thing that gets plastic the name of being a cheap and nasty material. And indeed that came up in the conversation I had with David Barnett, who's an industrial designer.
If you open your eyes around you nowadays, you'll see lots and lots of different applications of plastics, some of which you won't even realise are plastics. If I can show you one or two things here, if you like, the tools of my trade, pens and pencils, and every child and virtually all of us will have these sort of products around. Now, if you analyse those, a very, very high percentage of plastic products, not only doing the job well, but appearing colourful and nice to handle, nice things to have around. And, don't forget, most of those are very, very cheap. If you're talking about cheapness, the disposable teaspoon. I mean, look around you and you will find well-designed disposable teaspoons and badly designed disposable teaspoons. And by design, I'm talking about the material, I'm talking about the actual design, the proportions and so on of the product itself, and I'm talking about the process by which that product is made. And they have to obviously do the job of carrying whatever it is you want and have the right feel and the right structure. And these ribs in here allow us to use very little material, but actually make it rigid enough to do its job.
So even in a tiny object like that, there's been a kind of development, a learning process.
Yes, I mean, we're always trying to design plastics which have intrinsic value in their own right. We think that it's a very, very special material, and a material which actually gives the designer immense opportunities. There are things that we believe we can do with plastics, for instance. I mean, this is a product where the flow characteristics of the material have, I believe, been captured in the product itself. So you can make a range of bathroom fittings which would be very hard to make in any other material. Just about the only material you could do that in would be a cast metal of some form, and that would be very expensive and not as good, because of its porous nature, not as good for use in the bathroom. So here we've got an application where, in our judgment, plastic is exactly the right material for the job.
Conran Associates is a leading design house that creates well-thought-out products from well-chosen materials, but in general, the European plastics industry has a problem. Too many of the goods it makes are short on design, and a lot of the plastic it uses is short on technology. It's losing out to competition from the East because it's going for what's easy and familiar, albeit for reasons that David Barnett can understand.
The difficulty I have as a designer is that if the new material improvements are very small, there may be 100 small improvements this year, but what I have to judge is when those 100 small improvements have all edged together, if you like, to make one very giant step. And now I can make a plastic car or a plastic aeroplane or whatever the new product might be.
But if the industry leaves it for too long, the competition will get in first. And anyway, plastics have already grown up with an impressive potential that springs from their incredible versatility. To start with, a light-hearted example with serious implications. A rat that has a really human smile. He's from a film version of Wind in the Willows. One of the producers, Brian Cosgrove.
It's been a stumbling progress, ours. I suppose it always is. This is typical of one of the early puppets we used to use. And the face and the hands would have been made out of clipped foam, the plastic foam you can buy that are inside cushions and so on.
Yes.
So you get a piece of that, we clipped it and made a face up and tinted it a little bit. And the arms were wired. And of course, during filming a scene where you're getting the character walking and doing a scene of some length, his arm could break. You see, the wire would break and his arm would go. And of course, that is not good enough. From then on, you want the faces to do more. You want them. We've not been satisfied with the fixed expression. You might want the faces to move. Our modelling is becoming more refined. The things that we want to do, the productions we want to make, where we are aiming for finer modelling. We've now arrived at the point where the heads that we are using on our models are mechanised within the skull. The skull is mechanised. The cheeks will move. The eyes blink. The nose will twitch. And to get that, the head has to be hollow, and the surface skin has to be a flexible one and as close as possible to human skin. What we're trying to do is achieve storytelling where the characters that we create have the wearability of the human body.
So the basis for all this miniaturized, almost human behavior is the flesh-like properties of long-chain polymers with even longer names. Laughed Gran Rowty.
Long-chain polymoles? I'd never heard of such a thing. Oh, you be telling me as you folks is made of plastics next?
Well, it's funny she should say that because we are. Well, sort of. Our plastic, like the synthetic ones, like indeed those cooked whites of an egg, are made up of long chains of molecules, called in our case collagen. And the body uses it to make skin and nails and hair and bone and scar tissue and veins and arteries and so on. So it's really hardly surprising that when a group of researchers at the Royal Liverpool Hospital were looking for the solution to a human engineering problem, really, they should turn to plastic for an answer. The particular problem is that those arteries which carry the blood around the body can become blocked, or, as the medical men say, occluded. This X-ray shows the problem in an actual patient. A major artery should carry blood down past the knee to the foot. In fact, it's occluded, so that route is closed to the flow of blood, which is why there's none to be seen here. It has to find an alternative, less efficient way through along a smaller and inadequate artery. So retired surgeon David Annis and his team are designing an artery to imitate the real thing.
Arteries require, for the smooth passage of blood, that the walls can expand, that the vessels can pulsate, something that you can observe quite easily, feeling your own pulse. The smooth passage of blood from the heart to the extremities is made the better by a system of elastic tubes through which the blood must pass. A second important feature of blood vessels, of natural blood vessels, is that the inner linings are smooth, glisteningly smooth, again impeding the flow of blood to the very minimum.
One of the weak points of the circulation system is here, the aorta, where the first powerful surge of blood is delivered from the heart. First attempts to replace the artery used rubber tube, but rubber isn't accepted as a natural material by the body. And because its walls were solid, the surrounding tissues couldn't grow into it to make it an integral part of the system. In emergencies, the surgeons tried nylon, apocryphally perhaps from a theatre nurse's underwear, and if crude and not flexible enough, it was at least plastic and had an open weave for the body's own collagen to grow into. Today, the solution is made from another textile, Dacron. As an artificial aorta, it's fine. Its woven walls allow it to be incorporated into the tissues, and its corrugations allow it to bend and stretch with the body. But try to use it for the smaller arteries, and you run into problems.
In the first place, they are circumferentially rigid. They can't pulsate. And pulsation is an essential part of the mechanism for the smooth passage of blood. The second is that they are, because of the need for crimping, exceedingly irregular. If you look into a graft of this sort, you see that it's corrugated, and this means that there's considerable disturbance of blood in its passage. And it's known that disturbance of blood predisposes to its clotting.
7 years of research led to an ingenious technique for weaving arteries out of plastic. Whatever answer the team came up with had to be smooth, flexible, elastic, porous, and acceptable to human tissue. The key is a polymer called polyetherurethane. This rod is the same diameter as the artery being made. The liquid plastic is extruded from hypodermic needles to form tiny droplets. But then, because the spinning rod is charged up to 14,000 volts, electrostatic forces draw the very tip of the drop into almost microscopically fine threads, only 1/100th of the diameter of a human hair. They jump the gap, stick to the rod, and dry off. The end product is a tube that bends and has elastic walls. It's smooth enough inside to allow the blood to flow, but although it looks solid, the microscope shows that it's full of spaces for the human collagen to grow into. So, is this new synthetic artery ready to be used in human beings?
There are many considerations. The first is that we have to establish that the material from which this is constructed is safe. The second is one has to consider its fatigue properties, whether after 40 or more million pulses a year, the thing might yield.
For all their caution, there's an atmosphere of confidence in the laboratory. Just how satisfied are they?
How satisfied? Pleased, certainly, because the thing has the feel of a natural artery, and more importantly, many of the mechanical properties of a natural artery. Confident, well, who knows?
As if to show how versatile plastics can be, Porsche built the nose and the tail of their 928S by injection moulding a plastic that's closely related to the one used for the arteries. It certainly undermines the idea that plastics have to be cheap and nasty. At £25,000, a car needs to be able to resist the odd bump. And in this cutaway General Motors saloon, all the orange parts are plastic. Some of them are soft enough to be comfortable, others tough enough to carry loads, absorb minor bangs, or stand up to the heat inside the bonnet. But it's the next stage of development that concerns Professor Derek Hull at the University of Liverpool.
At the present time, there's been a very big jump forward in using plastics for the outside of cars, the bumpers, the wings, the door panels, and even for some parts of the engine. But our interest is trying to get reinforced plastics to be used for the main structural part of a car. And there the problem is to have the car survive the crash situation when the car hits a barrier or something like that at a very high speed.
But could a plastic car survive this?
You never get a plastic which will deform in the same way that mild steel will. It's just a completely different material. But we might eventually obtain properties of that material which are equivalent to those of steels in relation to the property we're looking for, which is energy absorption. This is a mild steel tube. We simulate the part of the car by a tube, and the compression of the tube is the car hitting a barrier. Now, if you took a brittle material like this tube and crushed it in the same way, that's crushing in that direction, it would fail in that mode. There's very little energy absorbed, whereas in this piece of material there's a large amount of energy absorbed. We have to have a fibre reinforced material because unless it's fibre reinforced it isn't strong enough and stiff enough. The problem is that there isn't any evidence at the moment about the way that the fibre reinforced materials collapse under high-speed crash conditions. And that's the problem we're attempting to solve. This is a tube of a glass fibre with a polyester resin. The fibres are laid up in different ways in this tube. It's rather difficult to imagine when it's a solid block, but in fact, within this material, there are large numbers of glass fibres like this, which are wrapped in different orientations in the tube. And when that crushes, before we started our work, when it crushed, it just broke in two, and that was no use. So we've spent a lot of time trying to design into the material ways in which, when it is crushed, it will crush in a controlled way. I can't help thinking that if that was a car part and it had been in a crash and you showed it to someone, they'd see it as being a total disaster. In actual fact, the energy absorbing processes in that case are substantial, and we absorb a lot of energy. That's the sort of thing we're trying to achieve.
The question that has to be asked is why, since mild steel cars work so well, should we even consider plastic?
There's a real potential for weight saving. If we can get reinforced plastics into cars, the weight saving is substantial, and of course this leads to fuel economies. It's a straightforward equation.
Meanwhile, at the University of Leeds, Professor Ian Ward is manipulating polymers to give plastics some of the properties you might expect from mild steel just by stretching them.
I think we've been trying for a number of years to stretch polymers, and if you take a piece of polypropylene, this is an ordinary piece of polypropylene, and you pull it, then it thins down, it necks, as we say, and so you can stretch it quite a lot. But you see, the limitation is something like 4 or 5 times, and the improvement in properties would perhaps be similar 4 or 5 times.
So that's now stronger than it was before, simply by pulling it like that?
That's right, because essentially what you have here is a tangled lot of molecules which are pulling out straight. And what we had realized was that if we could make polyethylene in a way that the molecules were absolutely pulled out, as they are in this model here, then the carbon atoms would be arranged exactly as they are in diamond. So we get the same sort of stiffness and possibly strength as we have in diamond. And so the trick, if you like, was to make the initial structure of the material in such a way, by a suitable thermal treatment and by suitable choice of the chemistry, so that when you stretch it at very high temperatures, very close to the melting point, you can unravel all the chains and you can produce an enormous draw ratio, something like 30 times.
In the laboratory, the extruded polythene starts off about the same diameter as thin string, but nothing like as strong. It's drawn through a bath of hot glycerol, a few degrees above the temperature of boiling water, and stretched to that incredible 30 times its own length. So it emerges as a fine, light, chemically resistant strand, thinner than sewing cotton, and it's cooled down and wound onto a bobbin. The unbelievable fact is that unlike most materials we're familiar with, 30 times thinner means 30 times stronger. It's somehow become as strong as steel wire. And the same strength that the thread has can be given to rods by extruding them under heat and pressure, or to tubes by pulling them through a die.
The reason for that is that if we think of this model here, if we imagine what would happen if it were kinked up, if we just imagine it's all coiled up and we pull it, then what we do is something quite simple. We just twist it around its bonds, and so it's really very soft. It's only when we get it completely fully aligned, It's a pity this has fallen apart. It's only when it's fully aligned that in fact you can pull on the backbone chain here so that you're actually stretching the bonds rather than uncoiling the molecule.
In a bottling plant in Bradford, lemonade is on the march. The recipe is the same this year as always, but the bottles have changed a lot. They're less than a tenth of the weight to start with, so each crate of them ends up 25 pounds lighter, easier to handle and less fuel consuming to deliver. The bottles are made from a polymer very much like terylene. The granules are melted down under heat and pressure and forced into moulds. But what comes out of the mould isn't a finished 1.5 litre bottle, but something more like a test tube that will hold only half a cupful. It's in the next machine that the magic is worked. Two by two, they're taken aboard a merry-go-round and heated to about 105 degrees centigrade. At the end of the joyride, the heat-softened miniature bottles are fitted into moulds and blown up like balloons. They come out of the moulds as fully grown bottles, but being stretched, the plastics molecules have been straightened and aligned so that the walls of the bottle are not just thinner, but stronger too. Strong enough to stand being knocked about, and strong enough not to burst even when the fizzy lemonade puts the pressure up to 90 pounds to the square inch. That's 3 times as high as the average car tire. Another everyday product. This time it's garden netting made by an ingenious piece of plastics technology that sprang from Brian Mercer's experience in the family textile business.
I was particularly disenchanted with the multiplicity of processes one had to go through in order to produce a textile. And so I designed a quite extraordinary knitting machine, very fast knitting machine, to try and cut out a lot of processes. But it was such a brilliant idea, it didn't work, and I realized that it would only work, in fact, if the yarn was in a molten state, and that was a pretty daft idea, but a few weeks thereafter I thought, well, perhaps it's not such a daft idea, and within a relatively short space of time, the Nettlon process came along, which takes a raw material and produces it into makes it into a quasi-textile in one stage.
These nets are simply extruded, but Brian Mercer, drawing on Ian Ward's pioneering work at Leeds, is increasingly committed to the production of stronger and stronger plastics.
Well, our research over the last 4 years within the company has been concerned with orientating or stretching plastics materials to a greater and greater extent to pull better and better physical properties out of the product.
Bean netting needs to be light but tough, so the extruded net is stretched along its length in a bath of hot water. Stage 2 is to repeat the process so that it can be stretched across its width. It ends up a good deal tougher than old rope, but this is only the forerunner of the new engineering strength plastic netting capable of being used where steel netting has been used before, but with the advantages of being lighter and non-corroding, despite the fact that it's strong enough to be the basis for the runway of an international airport.
The world, of course, will be in a very sad state if we didn't have plastics, because there are millions of tons produced every year. The actual volume of plastics used annually, I'm not talking weight, I'm talking volume, is in fact greater than the amount of steel we use annually throughout the world, which is a rather surprising statistic.
But impressive as that is, Europe's plastic industry will only be healthy as long as it puts quality before quantity. The new plastics could revolutionize engineering techniques. They could save more oil than they take to produce by making lighter loads and lighter vehicles and virtually eliminate corrosion. But that will only happen, and the industry will only be restored to health through a sensible investment in good design, responsible, forward-looking manufacture, and to lead the way, scientific research. things are not necessarily what they seem. This programme is about what you remember of what you see, but of course, seeing is not just a mechanical process. For instance, your eye tells you that that chimney over there is sitting on my hand, but your brain interprets the message and tells you, on the basis of past experience, that it can't possibly be. And of course, your brain is absolutely right. But you can start to remember things that you haven't actually seen if they're outside your brain's experience. If you see what I mean. Bit of a twist, that. Try something easier.
It's easy to see what sort of structure this is supposed to be. And it's easy to see what this is. But if you put the two together, the brain just can't make sense of it. But when it comes to something as familiar as a face, how easily are we fooled?
You must remember this. Thanks for the memory.
The human face is the subtle and complex sum of many parts.
Those eyes, those lips, it just isn't fair. You must forgive the way that I stare.
Another three-dimensional object, one we're all familiar with. It's a cast from a human face. But there's something odd about it. Could it be hollow? Yes, that's it.
You're still not quite sure, are you? And that may well be because the human face is so very important to us. We're social animals, so we need to recognize people as being either friend or enemy or relative or stranger. We need to be able to distinguish between lots of faces which are in many ways very similar. But while nature has given us the power to recognize faces, it hasn't given us the ability to pass on the information about them that we have locked away in our minds. For instance, we asked a passerby just to describe his wife.
It's not a recollection that I find particularly easy to paint in words. It's a visual recollection I have, but then I think it's confusing because I'm not sure how the brain recognises a visual reflection, which I'm quite sure you can't store pictures in your brain.
Yes.
So I'm not sure how you convert that sort of visual memory which I have into a picture in words.
You can see the problem, can't you? And even when you try to describe famous faces, it's still not easy to recognize them without visual clues.
The face I've got in mind presents the image of a fairly large man. A large, round face, heavy jowl, large ears. The hair is curly, slightly sunken eyes. Large nose. Yes, a large, fairly flat, large nose. Gritty.
We give up. Who is it?
Laurie McMenemy. Southampton football manager.
If you're feeling confident, try this one with your eyes closed.
Petite, small features, flair for clothes, hats come into it a lot, blue eyes, lovely smile, great big, she waves. It's a very nice wave.
Face which is a deadpan expression, has got black curly hair, bushy black eyebrows, a moustache. His mouth doesn't leave any impact on me. Chin, I would think was roundish.
Who is it?
It's Charles Chaplin.
Well, all that's a little bit like a party game. But there is one area where there is a serious need to be able to recognize and describe faces and events, if it comes to that, and that is in the courts of law. About 30% of all convictions are based on eyewitness accounts, so it's hardly surprising that all kinds of systems, police artists' impressions, identikit, photofit, and so on, have been devised to help overcome our inbuilt shortcomings as witnesses. All the same, responsible lawyers have been and still are very concerned about our fallibility as witnesses. And that's why the Department of Psychology at the University of Aberdeen was asked to look into the problems of facial recognition.
Most people think that they're good at remembering faces, and indeed, most people are good. There are some people, some individuals who really are quite exceptional. When you think of it, the basic structure of a face is identical for every face. 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth.
One of the odd paradoxes about face recognition is the way that our ability to recognize a face is very, very good. And there does seem to be an enormous disparity between the average person's ability to recognize an individual and the average person's ability to recall an individual using all the existing systems. And we feel that if we could only bridge that gap between the very good recognition performance and the very average recall performance, then we could, at the end of the day, produce a more recognizable and a more usable and more useful composite for the policeman in the field.
This street may not be quite as elegant as the Champs-Élysées or Regent Street, but it is at least as well known. It'd be recognized in Finland, America, Australia, Hong Kong, and come to that, Buckingham Palace. It is, of course, Coronation Street, and for 21 years now, it's been at the center of Britain's most watched television show. What it hasn't been so far is part of a scientific experiment, but all that is about to change. We're going to stage an incident here which has been devised by the psychologists at Aberdeen University. And what's going to happen is that a group of people will come round on a rare tour of the studios, and they'll see a short scene.
Oh, mate, this is Tanner.
Apparently being filmed for Coronation Street.
OK, that was better. I think we can cut there.
Now, while they stay to watch, they'll witness a rather embarrassing interruption. And then later on, we're going to ask them what they remember and just how well. I know that you've staged incidents not dissimilar to this one at Aberdeen yourselves, but what's the point of them?
The problem with everyday events, which, say, the courts of law are concerned with, is that nobody really knows the true story of what happened. Everybody's got their own point of view, and you've got to try to distill the truth, which you never know quite what it is, from what they all say. Now, if you can mount your own instinct, at least you can be sure, if you've worked it all out, precisely what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And so you've got something that you compare what people tell you about it with what you know actually happened. The point about these incidents, both in real life and our laboratory ones, is, of course, that the people are not normally expecting what's going to happen.
Some of our witnesses are going to be asked to try to identify the intruder, but how many do you think will manage that?
It would depend upon a number of factors, but if the incident which they witness lasts up to half a minute, I'd expect somewhere between 40 and 60% to identify him. Probably not many more than that.
Stand by, everyone. Stand by for tape.
The experiment gets underway. Will it bear out the work done at Aberdeen, or will our 10 witnesses do better at recalling events and faces?
OK.
Come to that, will you?
And are you all right, Mike? OK, action.
Oh, mate, Mrs. Tanner.
No, Ken Fordham.
Fordham. 11.
What? 11?
A few minutes later than we'd planned, and we're interrupted.
Yeah, if you want to watch or something, you could come and don't make a noise. I think we're already held up by the rain, and it's... Sorry, we'll have to go again on that. If you want to come and watch, all right.
If you move up a bit,
yes,
so
if
you're in
you
shot.
move out of frame. Yeah, that's okay. But... Right, so stand by and sound.
So I'm running.
Okay, Mike?
Mark it.
18, take 3.
Okay, action.
Oh, mate, Mrs. Tanner.
No, Ken Fordham.
Fordham. 11.
What? 11?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
Well, I've got it here. Look, 11 Coronation Street.
Oh, I thought you meant me.
You?
Yeah, I'm 26. I know I look young, but 11.
Look, mate, I'm a van driver, right? Not a flipping comedian. I just want to deliver a
Hey,
parcel.
you then.
Now, look, there's supposed to be a Mrs. Tanner lives here, but you reckon it's Mr. Ford, is it?
Come on,
You know
Leslie
is?
My bloody wife, right?
What are you talking
Leslie
about?
Walsh.
No, I don't know. No,
Oh,
Leslie
yes,
Walsh.
you do. You
Come on,
know
come
Leslie
on,
Walsh.
pal. Look, mate, just cool it, all
Now,
right?
listen, come over here and get the chair.
Just don't worry.
You know Leslie is Leslie. Leslie is Leslie Walsh.
No,
Oh, come on.
come on.
Just tell me your name.
All All right, now look, I'll tell you that. After, I'll see you after. Leslie Walsh, you bloody know her, don't you, eh? All right, get your bloody hands up. Will you all stay there, Leslie Walsh?
I don't know. I'm sorry about that, but that wasn't a Did he? Are the gates open?
I don't know. I'll have to go and shut the gates in a minute.
Okay, check on those gates.
Can you check on that
Make sure
roof?
We don't have any more idiots there.
We just have a breather.
Yeah. Okay. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Fine.
Okay.
So stand by and.
Very quiet, please.
No. Okay.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed your little tour. We're going to ask you to try to remember the detail of what you saw, and specifically the incident that happened while you were on the Coronation Street lot. Now, I'm going to ask you to fill in a questionnaire.
Half an hour later, our unsuspecting guinea pigs had finished their tour and were assembled round a committee room table. They were given questionnaires to fill in about the events they'd just seen. And then Hayden Ellis and Graham Davis asked two of the witnesses, in entirely separate interviews, about their recollection of the incident.
Mrs. Boyle, during filming on the Coronation Street set,
You'll remember the scene was disrupted and that following a struggle, a man was led away by a security officer. We'd like you to answer some questions about that particular incident.
did the man who interrupted the filming
come through the door
or through the arch?
Through the arch. Through the arches.
Yes.
He seemed to come around the corner, I thought.
What was he brandishing?
A bottle of whiskey. Bell's whiskey, I think. Half full.
In which hand was it?
Left hand. I think it was the right hand.
The right hand. Did he go straight past the parked car, or did he pause before he moved on? Do you remember that?
I think he paused at the car.
Yes.
He went straight past.
What was he complaining about?
Presumed the actor was having an affair with his wife, Leslie Walsh.
I assumed it was something to do with a woman because he
Usually
he mentioned Leslie Walsh. He shouted out, "You know Leslie Walsh," to
Leslie
the actor. So I assumed it was something to do with another woman.
Was the bike knocked over before or after the security man arrived?
After.
After.
Leslie Walsh,
I thought before.
Before?
I was doubtful about that.
But you think on balance
Yes, I
it
think
was
it was before.
And do you remember who knocked over the bike?
No, I couldn't remember that, no.
The security man.
I
You just
couldn't be
remember
certain.
the
There seemed
bike.
to be so many people around the bike at that time that I couldn't be certain who actually knocked it over.
Did the trespasser push the actor with his left or his right hand?
His right hand.
His right hand.
Well, I think his left hand, because I think that bottle of whiskey was in his right hand.
Yeah. So you think
it had to be the
probably,
left.
probably gave him a left. And final question, do you remember whether he pushed the director?
I think he did, yes. I think in the scuffle he was pushed.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
The next day, 5 of the volunteers tried to recreate the intruder's face using the photo-fit system that's favoured by most British police forces.
The eyebrows.
They're led through it by another of the Aberdeen workers, Jean Shepherd.
I've done hundreds, literally hundreds of photo fits. But if you have a thorough knowledge of all the pieces in the kit, all the elements, as they're called, it's useful.
The first impression was that he was fair, strong looking, youngish, like 30-ish.
You listen to the description that's given to you by the witness, and you get a good idea of what they're looking for, and then you can suggest the appropriate feature, always warning them that they won't get an exact replica. That size of mouth with a fuller top lip.
The overall shape of the face, I thought, was a little bit wider here.
Yes.
Round, slightly rounder, even though he did have a square jaw. It was wider at that point,
Yes.
I would have thought. But that's...
There are limitations in the number of features you've got.
That's about the closest, I think.
You think that's the closest you'll get? All right. You have over 200 foreheads and hairstyles. You get a forehead with the hair, and then you have the eyes, nose, mouth, and chins.
This looks too young there, that's all.
Still too young.
Yeah, I would say something similar to that. I got the impression his face was quite fair, so the eyebrows would be quite fair, wouldn't be?
We'll try that. Now, a witness may have an excellent memory of the hairstyle that he or she is searching for, but it may not be in the kit.
Given that I can't be absolutely definite on it, I would say that's a near enough approximation.
You look at faces, first of all, as a whole. And so when you're trying to break up the face into 5 separate parts, because there are 5 features here, the forehead, eyes, nose, mouth, chin, you're interfering with this memory of the whole. And they've got to hang on to that memory while you build it up slowly.
From looking at everything in there, that will have to do. But it's not at all as I remember the man.
So you're not happy about
it? Not at all, no.
The next stage is to ask all the witnesses to try to identify the intruder from a lineup of 14 photographs.
The man may or may not be among these pictures. So what I'd like you to do is to look at them all carefully. And if you think you can pick him out, point to one of the pictures, okay?
I would choose this one.
That one there. Would you look at them all carefully? And if you think he's there, just point to him.
I'm not really sure he's there at all. But if I were to choose one, he's the nearest.
So, which one got it right? Did you? How well did our witnesses recall what went on, and how near to real life was our experiment?
I think their responses, both in their photo fits and their performance on the photo parade, in their descriptions of the incident and the individual concerned, they show the same sort of range that one finds in a real-life criminal incident. The same sort of mistakes, the same sort of strengths, and I'm afraid the same sort of weaknesses.
Now you've had a little bit of time to assess the results of all the goings-on this week. Have you been able to come to any conclusions?
Clearly, it's not a properly designed and controlled experiment. But even with the small group we've got, I think that we've got some results here which show the kinds of errors, distortions, misrememberings which can occur in these incidents. For example, there was disagreement about where the person emerged from. About half of the people said he came through an arch. Now, he actually came through a door beside the arch. But clearly a lot of the people didn't know he was on the set until he was well down the street. And so when they were asked, did he come through the door or through the arch, they simply inferred that he must have come through the arch, otherwise how did he get there? I mean, had we asked where did he come from, perhaps they wouldn't have mentioned he came through the arch. Indeed, in his interviews afterwards, some of them said he came round the corner. But because the suggestion of an arch was put in, well, they said, well, he must have come through the arch. Yeah. And similarly, nearly half the people responded to the question, did he pause by the car or walk straight past it? But he walked straight past it. But there wasn't a car there to walk past. But since they hadn't seen him stop, they assumed that if there was a car parked there, he must have walked straight past it. So again, there's sort of implicit inference there. Well, there must have been a car there.
No, I don't know. No.
However, in contrast to that, everybody noticed a bottle in his hand. And a good half of them could tell you the brand of the whiskey that was supposedly in the bottle. So they actually could read off the label. And of course, when it came to the core of the incident, everybody seemed to think that he pushed the director, when in fact he didn't touch the director. He approached the actor, didn't touch the director.
Because they had witnessed a fairly violent incident and had obviously got the idea that the bloke was a bit of a thug, they then, some of them at least, remembered features like a broken nose or scars on his face. One actually remembered a tattoo on his arm, because his arm was covered.
But of course, many of them got the clothing wrong. They thought the clothing would be much more obvious. But there are people reporting that he wore
blue jeans and a t-shirt, blue t-shirt.
His trousers were beige, I think. Quite smart.
Beige trousers?
Yeah.
What was he wearing on top?
A jumper, yeah.
A jumper. Any idea of
the
the
woolen
colour?
jumper. I think it was a bit deeper than his trousers. May have been a brown colour.
Brown.
when in fact he was wearing
yes,
a blue coat and black trousers.
So what actually happens in real life? I mean, if a case like that came to court and you trundle those witnesses in, I mean, when the stories vary like that, do you have to give more credence to one than to another?
This will depend upon the skill of the counsel for defense and prosecution. What you have to do is to show the inconsistencies in people's stories, their confusion, and if you can show that their story doesn't hang together, that if they said, for example, he was waving this bottle about with his right hand, and then they said that he pushed the man with his right hand but didn't touch him with the bottle, then you might infer from that, well, how could they have pushed him with the bottle in his right hand without touching him with a bottle? It's when we come to identification we have more problems.
Yeah.
Because how can you prove through cross-examination that he hasn't identified the right person?
Right.
Cross-examination, you can get to the faults in their account, but something as simple as he was the man is much more difficult.
Anyway, Graham, I suppose the next element after the incident, they tried to recreate the face that they'd seen with a photo fit picture, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. What we do get in our actual photo fits is an approximate type likeness. One can see this in the shape of the face. It's been translated into someone with fairly heavy jowls. Something about the distribution of hair. They all seem to agree that it's a grizzled, receding hair. And also some consistency over the choice of eyes, that the same sets of eyes appear in at least several of the photo fits. But beyond that, there's a great range of selection of features. So we do get some sort of type. But even within that type, I think people would be hard put to look at those 5 people, those 5 composites, and say, that's one single individual.
And finally, the photographic identity parade, which was your area, Hayden.
Yes, John made a prediction earlier on that we would get an identification rate of between 40 and 60%.
Yeah.
Well, we actually got an identification rate of 50% without any cheating, in fact. And if we look at the array here, we see that's the target.
Yeah.
And half of our sample were accurate in picking him out, which isn't bad in relation to the other evidence that we've just discussed. A number of those who were wrong picked the same wrong person. Now that's interesting, obviously, from a police point of view, that here 30% of the witnesses saying it was that person there I saw yesterday, just yesterday. And there are similarities, obviously, but there are also dissimilarities. They really are quite different people.
I imagine that what you've learnt in general from all the work you've done constitutes a warning to all of us, really. But one word of warning, presumably, has to be said to the viewers of the programme.
Yes, the first one is the warning that perhaps we can't always trust our powers of observation as perhaps we think we can. There are so many cases from real life in which people have indeed been virtually led to the gallows on the basis of erroneous recall of what occurred, errors of identification, which must make us all very careful about accepting the power of observation.
We want to ensure that the minimum number of innocent people are arrested or interrogated on the basis of eyewitness evidence.
I think, in general, what we're really concerned with is trying to educate the public at large, and in particular the legal profession, as to the fallibility of the eyewitness giving testimony in court, to impress over and over on people the fact that the eye is not a camera and the brain is not a computer, that we do not see everything accurately, and we certainly don't store it as accurately as some people seem to think.
I bloody well